we explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open-plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on...
Hey guys, welcome back to Wisp Eating Babe ASMR. Welcome, my beautiful people. Welcome once again to my channel. Thank you so much for joining me today. As you can see in the title of the video or the thumbnail, not sure which one it is, I've decided to do a little something based on how to not a mental illness, but can easily lead to depression. It's about how you perceive yourself. Having no little self-esteem means you don't see the value in yourself. Low self-esteem can be deeply rooted with origins in traumatic childhood experiences, neglect, or emotional, physical, or sexual abuse. If you feel that you suffer from a lack of confidence and poor self-esteem, there are a number of simple things you can do to boost yourself and potentially break out of the negative space. You don't need to do all the things at once. You just have to take one step at a time. So, number one, this is kind of like an exercise. And again, guys, this is not coming from me per se as me writing it, but it's coming from me as I'm reading it to you, because as someone that tries to practice self-love, self-care, self-confidence, love yourself unconditionally, perfectly imperfect, when I read this article, it really, really touched me. Like, it really said, you know what, this is a great article. So I want to read you the exercises again. Remember what it says. You don't need to do all things at once. You just have to take one step at a time. Number one, excuse me, you hear my mentality. Number one. Where's my head? Who knows? Okay, let's get serious. Number one, find the root cause of your insecurities. Factors that can affect your self-esteem differ for everyone. Your confidence might have been lowered by a series of negative events, such as losing your job, being bullied or abused, poor health, and difficult toxic relationships. In my opinion, that has a lot to do with it, starting from home. Just saying. If your confidence and self-esteem are being lowered by something beyond your control, something you can't change at all, then it's important that you find a way to learn how to make peace with your reality. The beauty of life is it gives you back what you put into it. Do not let anything put you down, especially if it's something beyond anyone's control. In my opinion, right now, for example, it might be a dumb example, but it's a valid example, guys. This whole pandemic that's going on, and we've been in quarantine for so long, it's killed so many people so far, all over the world. If you think about it so hard, it freaking starts to get depressing, and you start to wonder and start to panic. Don't do that. You know why? Pray or meditate or whatever it is the ugliness, the beauty world. Girlfriend, we all the same under this makeup, because this is just this. What's inside is what matters. So don't ever compare yourself to anyone. Don't ever compare your life to anyone's life, because you never know. I'm going to give you a great example, and I'm not going to mention any channel or names, but I used to watch this channel, blog channel, and I loved her channel. Their channel. And she had this perfect boyfriend that you'd be like, any female, even myself, it'd be like, damn, that's one hell of a guy. Like, damn, he treats her so nice. Like, damn, wow. Like, wow. A man that any woman's dream. A man that any woman would dream of. Suddenly, they stopped making vlogs. Next thing you know it, the next vlog she makes is almost like 8 months in after, showing how he destroyed her apartment, how he beat the shit out of her, how, I mean, you name it. This guy was a fucking, excuse my language, guys, but it pisses me off, a monster. But she made him seem so perfect and so ideal, when in reality, this guy was a damn monster. So, before you envy anybody's life, think about these things, guys. Nobody, and I mean it, nobody has a perfect life. We all have struggles. Anyways, don't ever compare yourself or your life to anyone or anyone's life, ever. Trying to just live the best you can, the way you can, with what you have. Striving for your dreams and your goals. Moving on. Alright. Number 2, think and talk better of yourself. Big believer in that. I've always said, you receive what you put out. You have to look at yourself with love. Okay? Just listen. Think better and speak positively about yourself. When you think and say something over and over again, you start to believe it 100%. One thing I do not cleanse my mind after being exposed to negativity is meditating and listening to positive self-affirmations. And you guys know I'm a big believer in that. I made a whole video about it. These are the most helpful tools I can recommend. I can empathize how much they have helped me maintain positivity and build my self-confidence tremendously to feeling like I can take over the world. Absolutely. Because what's inside of here is extremely, extremely powerful. My love's extremely powerful. And what you put into it, what you stick into it, I'm telling you, it'll happen. If you feel and you strongly believe, it'll happen. I promise you. I practice that, and I've been practicing that for a long time, and I swear to you, there's nothing that I have not put in here that I have not been able to accomplish. And sooner than later, it happens. Whether it's at my time or not my time, it happens because it happens. What you say and do to yourself teaches others around you how to treat you too, and what you allow will continue. On a previous video I mentioned, I think it was in my Q&A, I said that to build self-confidence, how you do it is start with yourself, and don't let anyone treat you with any other respect than the way you know you deserve. So, again, situations where you have an argument, let's say with a loved one. It could be your parents, it could be your partner, it could be whoever. And sometimes out of anger we say stuff that we may not mean, you may not mean. You gotta be careful, don't confuse it. But if it's something that you know, because we know, whether we want to make ourselves blind of it is different. We know the difference. You're in control of that. Moving on, number 3, focus on your wins and accomplishments. Focusing on your accomplishments is a good way to focus on yourself and eliminate comparison. Doing this reminds you of the value and contributions you create as a person, and you should celebrate your skill set because of those have brought you far in life. Sometimes, for example, I feel that I need to do something to feel better about myself, okay? Whether it be compliment somebody or go out and serve my communities, some community hours, just so I can feel better, because that helps me feel better. And sometimes people don't realize it, that it's not always about you. Sometimes giving helps you and makes you feel better about yourself and builds your confidence, believe it or not. So that's something you may want to keep in mind. It's an instant feel-good technique. Celebrate your wins no matter how small. Take some time to reflect and praise yourself. So my loves, that was part 1 of that article. So that part is, understanding where that low self-esteem comes from and converting that low self-esteem into confidence. And that gave you a little bit of how, okay? A lot of that comes from self-love and self-care, which would be another part. This is getting rid of low self-esteem and building confidence. The next one would be like self-love and self-care. So if you're interested in me giving you and reading to you that part, or that other part, next level part, let me know and I'll be more than happy, because guys, this helps me so much in my life. I am not perfect. I am so far from perfect, guys. I am so far from perfect. But I always try to practice what I preach, and I promise you I'm not a hypocrite for what I try to practice what I preach, for the simple fact that I am a big believer in I receive what I put out. If I try to be a hypocrite about things, guess what? I'm only hurting myself, because that's what I'm putting out there. Anyway, my beautiful people, with that being said, I really hope you enjoyed this very short video. It's probably very short for my usual videos, but it's something I really felt in my heart that I wanted to share, and I will like to continue to share, because a lot of you send me messages in reference to or about or asking me, and I feel that this can help a lot of us, and I am more than happy to share what has helped me and what continues to help me on my everyday life, to building my self-esteem, to building my confidence, to building my self-love, to understanding self-love, to understanding understand that everything happens for a reason and not necessarily for a negative reason. It helps us be better. And, there's a lot of things that happen that are negative. Sometimes I'm like, my gosh, why is this happening? Or, me being a big believer in God, sometimes I say, Lord, why are you allowing this to happen? Not that I'm questioning him, but I'm questioning almost myself. I'm like, why is this happening? But I understand, and I try. Well, I don't understand, but I try to understand and remind myself that hopefully there's a reason for it. And because I have no control over it besides my prayer and my kindness, there's nothing else I can do. My loves, thank you so much for watching me till this point. I love you guys. Don't forget to stay blessed. Don't forget to stay beautiful. Forget to stay glamorous. Most importantly, don't forget to stay kind. Be kind, my beautiful people. It is absolutely priceless, yet it doesn't cost a thing. Till next time, my beautiful people. Bye.
So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in our subconscious from the day we were born to the day we're here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and in our environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment you made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past? It was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes. That you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is? What's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Now, the things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say, I think this about me, but they just say, I have bad skin. I have too many spots. Or look at all this pigmentation on my face. You know, everything's turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. All these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories or reduce what we're eating as the junk food to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape, this body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth. and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that. And we forget it because of the society and the community and the environment we actually live in. And the other thing we've got about body image, what body image mean is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were, in primary school? in high school. I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, while you're at primary school. And then when when your big transition for you, when you're leaving primary to go to high school, that is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is it? Taunts that they say. Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts even with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious. And even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously, subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, like we were like one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just called Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe, they say that they call them out of fondness. But just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is that. She did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay, so yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture of the sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. We grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. At the higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4. And do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and particularly even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned, you know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for and within the family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, you know, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences of within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, you know, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing name calling was Concord. It was called Concord, just midway, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. You know, no one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Specky Four Eyes being called that. You know, these little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. You know, and I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me. You know, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road across the road to get away with them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram, where I suppose they're negative Instagram, because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay, compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. Yes, so basically you're not asking them, how do I look? Do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are, then no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues, they're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any. Do make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe that. I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you. And soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to go into the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. It could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? And spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, that a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. You know, we've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you. And you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor. Just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and walking on the ground and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual. What is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it so connected. And it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, that's quite a big It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Is somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay, so when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up and then straight away you're going to feel the slump of it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein. And then being fit, of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? There was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my god, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it is something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class, and that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up. That's still, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. There's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image, and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else. It's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. If you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness. And when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me. The client that's come to see, it's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I've never done.
Hello and welcome to your Boost Willpower hypnotic download from hypnosisdownloads.com. My name is Mark Tyrrell, and I'm a Director of Uncommon Knowledge. Now, to get the best from this download session, please now make sure that you're seated in a comfortable chair or lying down. As you begin now to relax very deeply, I'm just going to say a few words about willpower. Do you know the old Chinese proverb, "Great souls have wills, feeble ones have only wishes"? Your capacity to take positive action, your willpower, shows your strength of character, and you can strengthen your character by exercising your will. Willpower is the determination to succeed and the ability to control oneself and one's actions. Willpower enhances self-development and freedom. It increases confidence and the ability to achieve. I wonder if you've already noticed what a strong will it takes not to use that willpower, because it certainly takes real determination not to make use of all the natural willpower you possess. And you can use that determination to work with that willpower and give up on giving up, becoming one of life's achievers. So many things in life are much more achievable than they first appear. How many times have you summoned up the willpower to do something, and then, when you've accomplished it, thought to yourself, That was easy. And even with the things that aren't so easy, I'm sure you can remember that sense of achievement you felt when you'd exercised all your willpower and reached that goal despite everything. Because you know you need to set yourself clear goals and plan how to achieve them step by step before setting your willpower to work. Tell yourself there's no going back and pretend it's a mastermind challenge, so once you've started, you have to finish. Willpower means never giving up if you really believe in your dream. Willpower is an energetic intention, an energy leading to compulsive and sustained action directed at bringing about your plans and dreams into reality. And hypnosis can increase the power of your will because hypnosis also depends upon a narrowed focus of attention. Willpower is a laser-like beam of what we call intentional focus. All great plans and projects begin within the imagination, but it is the strength of your will that brings them to fruition. And you know your willpower is naturally there. Sometimes it just needs a boost, just like a rocket needs boosters to give it that initial blast off. And once it's had the initial boost, that rocket can travel easily on its journey, blasting onto its destination. And now, you can just let your eyes close, if they haven't already, as you begin to relax very deeply. Noticing how everything can begin to slow down as you begin to feel this calm relaxation flowing through your fingertips and into your toes. And rest how each breath can slow as you relax more deeply. Deeply breathing in that relaxation, allowing that to circulate gently around your body, carrying comfort and calm to every part. Those muscles letting go and relaxing, taking a well-earned rest, taking time out from those less relaxing, everyday things, like a journey into relaxation. Soothing and calm. Massaging deep inside, digesting that calming warmth, allowing that wave of relaxation to surround you now, like a warm glow, wrapping itself around you like a soft blanket. Every muscle and fiber slowing down, vibrating gently and gratefully, allowing that rest to soothe every cell, feeling the relaxation that can hover in between those cells, spreading outwards, over and through and around you. That wonderful calm that only such deep relaxation can bring. How time can slow and almost stand still. Just allowing that relaxation to slowly build as you rest deeper. noticing the color of that relaxation as it envelops you. Perhaps the color changing with each breath. A deeper color for a deeper relaxation. A calm, comforting shade. Anticipating how the color of that relaxation can change again as you rest more deeply. Changing with each soothing breath. And the air around you dancing gently as it relaxes deeper. And then slowing down, vibrating more slowly and relaxing deeper. And I wonder if you can imagine standing on a great wall, a great wide wall, perhaps the Great Wall of China, looking into the distance as the wall snakes out of sight far away, hugging the contours of the land, the rolling hills, dipping up and down, almost like a roller coaster, smoothly following every contour, sinking deep into the valleys and climbing through the mountains, gracefully disappearing into the clouds, fluffy white wisps drifting around the stone. And now, getting a sense of setting out on a journey along the wall, that wide path leading into the distance, feeling the comfort of the ground beneath your feet, and relaxing deeper with every stride. The crunch of the stones beneath your feet, getting a sense of movement, the fresh air up here, a sudden refreshing breeze caressing your skin, breathing in the clear air, relaxing deeper with every calming breath, picturing your destination, the immensity of the wall, so old and strong, magnificent and serene, knowing that once this was just a grand idea. Maybe many people laughed at the idea, the notion of a wall thousands of miles long, being built in days before cranes and technology and building equipment reached sophisticated levels. The notion of a wall comforting and protecting, the vision of those pioneers thousands of years ago, their will to succeed, the notion that anything is possible, the achievement of that far-off goal, the result of that willpower, the desire to reach the summit no matter what, noticing how those solid foundations have allowed the wall to endure, to survive the centuries, a legacy of ancient willpower, and noticing how relaxed you can be with that thought, that notion that anything is possible, getting a sense of that now, building within you. And now, thinking of those areas in your life, those projects and goals, where having this supreme willpower will allow you to put those endeavors into overdrive. Really think about what you want to achieve. All those areas where you just need that initial boost, that willpower boost to set you off on your journey. Just as a rocket needs that initial boost, setting a true course to those goals, allowing that willpower to naturally take over. Good. And now looking down from the wall, noticing a line of metal figures, ancient Chinese warriors made of iron, erect and proud, noticing their gaze, how incredibly focused that gaze is, feeling those stares, the intensity of their iron-willed force, constant and unrelenting, the incredible intensity of those warriors of old, unwavering and firm. That's it. And now notice those iron figures, those iron warriors, come to life. And turn those stares of pure will towards a chalice of magical liquid. Almost like a laser beam homing in, that combined will, the incredible intense stares of all those iron-willed warriors, focused and coming together on one chalice of magical liquid. That combined will, that irrepressible combined iron will floating into that chalice, filling it up with pure and utter willpower. Noticing how that liquid can change colour as the chalice fills. The colour of pure willpower, a magical elixir glowing with energy and vitality. Excellent. And you can walk towards this chalice. That immense will drawing you in, like a magnet, drawing you closer, sensing its pure power. The colours intensifying with every step, glowing brighter and brighter, feeling the warmth of that power radiating outwards until you are right in front of it. Reaching out and grasping that chalice. That's it. Feel it in your hands, the contents of the combined will of all those iron warriors from days of old. And now bringing it to your mouth, touching your lips, anticipating that refreshing taste, drinking that magical elixir, and drink it now, feeling that wonderful power deep inside enter into you, digesting that willpower, the combined will of all those ancient iron warriors right now as you drink that back, filling up your mind and body, spreading to every cell right now. Good. And now, drifting forwards in time, taking that ancient iron will with you, that's now a part of you, It's now inside of you. That wonderful old power, that intense combined willpower. Noticing yourself achieving those goals, setting those targets, using that willpower to keep going when others fade, easily and naturally, with energy and purpose, driving forwards, feeling that sense of self-empowerment and freedom right now, noticing doing those things in your future that you're going to do. Great. And now further into the future, knowing how well you've used this willpower, enjoying those achievements, that sense of a job well done, noticing that tasks that used to be daunting can be undertaken easily with real focus, intentional iron focus, using that powerful strength of will, just getting a real sense of that now, really exerting your iron willpower in future times. And then really getting a sense of almost like a button inside your mind. A button with iron will printed on it. Get a sense of what that feels like when you switch that on. Almost as if you can feel that in your mind being switched on, pressed down, right now. Something that you can do at will. You can switch on your willpower at will, you're going to find. So just practice switching that on and off right now, and notice the buzz you get each time it's switched on. And now, drifting back to the here and now, bringing with you all that strength of will, that wonderful willpower, your unconscious mind knowing you've learnt well today, knowing you can access this power anytime you need to, naturally and easily, coming back to the room with a renewed sense of energy and vigour, becoming more aware and opening your eyes. Excellent. And remember, the more you relax to this download, the more benefits you're going to notice. Remember also to check out other useful and associated sessions from hypnosisdownloads.com, such as improve concentration and focus and achieve your potential. My name is Mark Tyrrell of Uncommon Knowledge.
have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem.
I am loved because I love me.
Welcome to the show, Guy. We're so excited to get vulnerable with you and learn a little bit more about your podcasting journey. Johnny and I are huge fans of the show, How I Built This, and we really enjoyed the book, How I Built This, as well.
Thanks, guys. It's great to be here, and I hope we don't get too vulnerable because I'm in a really vulnerable place between the fires and the pandemic and environmental degradation, political unrest. Woo!
Well,
What a year.
So you mean you're in California? Yeah.
In 2020, yes.
Exactly. Now, you've been a radio journalist and even a wartime correspondent for a long time, and now you're one of the most recognized and successful podcasters in the world. What set you on the path to becoming a podcaster?
You know, it's funny. I mean, I would say it's only in the last like 2 or 3 years when that description didn't kind of like momentarily jar me. I always thought of myself as a radio person because I started out in radio, and you know, because of the podcasting boom, what I've always been doing is kind of the definition has changed, right? But the actual thing that I do hasn't really changed. So it's only in the last couple of years where I've actually thought, yeah, you know, I've really kind of embraced this. I remember talking with Casey Neistat about, you know, about him being described as a YouTuber rather than a filmmaker. And at first people sort of use that phrase in a kind of a pejorative way, like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. But that's how he describes himself now, because it's actually some of the best filmmakers are YouTubers. And so for me, it really began in radio. You know, I started out as a radio reporter. I started out as a you know, started at the bottom, and I worked as a radio reporter most of my early career, and eventually became a radio anchor, news anchor on NPR of a news program. And really, about 8 years ago, I just kind of lost my faith in not my faith. I had a kind of a moment of disillusionment with the news. I really felt like, you know, I needed to make a better contribution to the world in a small way. And I didn't feel like I was doing that in news. I felt like even though we were covering important things, and I'm really proud of the work I was able to do, and I got to cover stories around the world, and cover 4 wars and live in countries and meet incredible people, I felt like people were even more polarized, you know, at that time than when I started. And so I kind of, my journey into kind of podcasting was really leaving the news side of what I did and starting to create programs that dealt with human behavior and human experiences that were more universal, that weren't about like up to the minute, you know, this is happening now, this is happening now, that's happening tomorrow. And it began with TED Radio Hour, a show that I helped launch in 2013. And really the idea behind that show was, can we make a show where every single episode can be heard now or in 5 years or in 10 years and it will still be relevant? Can these be evergreen programs that are designed to stand the test of time? And that was the beginning. And that sort of has taken me to where I am today, proudly a podcaster.
You know,
We are glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I feel that all of us in the podcasting industry at this moment have a sense of either we can add to the turmoil and the insanity that's seemingly being around us, or we can use our platforms to bring everybody together and put out messages of education and being able to help people see the world for what it is around them. Because I think a lot of people are finding the news to be agenda driven and divisive at this time.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that, you know, the way people, especially younger people, are consuming information on their own terms through podcasting gives us a huge opportunity to create content that, you know, that does elevate the conversation, that does get people thinking about big ideas, that does get people thinking more deeply about themselves and about the people around them. And I hope that that stays. I mean, of course, it's a commercial environment, so there will always
Yes.
be opportunities for people who don't want to do that. Who don't want to. And as long as there's an audience for those people, for better or worse, the marketplace will determine who succeeds and who doesn't. But I agree with you. I think that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to do that
Yes.
because we have time. We don't have to end on the hour. We can keep these conversations going. So I agree. And I applaud that.
And what drew you to successful entrepreneurs as a way to have those timeless conversations?
It's funny. I just got off a call with the founders of Wayfair. They were on my show on how I built this 3 years ago. Neeraj Shah and Steve Conine, and they had zero passion about furniture. They couldn't care less about furniture when they started out. Now they do. They have a tremendous interest in furniture, but they didn't care about it. They didn't know much about it. They were really interested in solving a problem and a challenge, and that was why does somebody living in New York or LA have access to really great furniture, but someone living in Omaha or Des Moines doesn't. They don't have easy access to great furniture, and they wanted to make this something that anybody could access. In my case, I first really encountered entrepreneur stories in 2008 when I was on a sabbatical year. I got a journalism fellowship that year, and I spent the year at Harvard. They offer this really fancy fellowship to journalists, and you can take classes all over the place, wherever you want, and they pay for everything. It's unbelievable. And I took a class at Harvard Business School, and I was expecting charts and graphs and formulas and algorithms. I was blown away when we got our first assignment, which was to read a case study, which was essentially a story. And it was a story of an entrepreneur and a crisis they faced, and you had to wait to the next class to find out what happened. And I was just blown away. I thought, this is how they teach business school? This is amazing. These are incredible human journeys. These are like any story of any journey you've ever encountered, the Odyssey or Gilgamesh or any of these heroes that you see in classic literature that Joseph Campbell wrote about in the 70s, Star Wars, Harry Potter. It's like there's this person with a crazy idea, and she tells people in the village, and they all tell her she's crazy, so she has to leave the village, or they exile her from the village, and she goes on this journey. She slays a dragon, she almost dies in an abyss, she finds a mentor. All of those elements are in the stories of founders and founders of these incredible companies and brands. And once I connected the dots, it was clear to me that I wanted to make a show like this. It just took me a while to actually, launch it, but it was always in the back of my mind because there's so much at stake when you're starting a business. There's the possibility for failure and for collapse and for financial ruin and for embarrassment and shame. I mean, there are all of these things that we as humans naturally want to avoid. Like our saber-toothed tiger, in the savannah instinct says, get out of here. And so I really want to explore what motivates people to do that, and how, and can we learn how to do that? And so that was the genesis of the show. And I think it sort of defines what it is today.
And I think that speaks to the success of the show in that hero's journey is relatable whether or not you are trying to start a business. And I know so many non-entrepreneurs who love the show and love digging into these personal moments that you have with these incredible founders.
It's so nice to hear that. I mean, I'm just honestly, I hope it doesn't sound like falsely modest. I work in this studio that you're looking at me right now at. I mean, this is where I work from. And I spend, especially in COVID, I don't have any interaction with anyone except my family, my wife and my kids. And hearing from people who love this show means so much. It really does. And sometimes I have to stop and kind of take stock of it because, I think like a lot of people, I tend to get a little obsessed with the occasional negative comments or some of the mean things that people will write now and again. And it really does. I'm getting better at it, but I want people to love it. I want people to feel empowered by it. So it really does mean a lot. I think the reason why the show resonates with people who may not be interested in starting their own business necessarily is because it's not a roadmap for how to start a business. I mean, it can be, and it certainly is very useful. And if you don't have an MBA, it's a great free alternative. But it's also a way to think. It's also a show that hopefully kind of teaches you how to think creatively and how to solve problems. And so for people who work for big companies or who are working in marketing or who are working in sales or who are just like going for a run and need like an extra boost of like, oh my God, this person's doing this crazy thing. That's really what I want the show to be. I want it to be this inspiring show that also reminds people that some of these huge brands and the people behind them, they're not superheroes. They're just like you. They are just like you. And they have gone through some really challenging times and moments. And one of the ways that they are giving back is by really going deep and showing their vulnerability and taking us along that journey. And I want people to share that journey because I want people to understand that you are no different. And I'm only telling their story because they took the leap. And you can too. You can too.
It really is a show about vulnerability. And what I love about the conversations is you get founders that we normally see, keynote speaking on stage or even in traditional media interviews. And they're very buttoned up. They're very PR driven. They understand anything they say is going to impact share value, et cetera. And yet you're able to create these really deep moments of connection and vulnerability and hear a side of the story that we don't often hear in building the business. How do you get your guests to feel safe enough to open up when many of their traditional interviews go a complete opposite direction?
I mean, part of it, AJ, to be honest, is to do something really counterintuitive. The way PR and communications specialists deal with the media is really needs to be disrupted, and it's ripe for disruption. And anybody listening to this who wants to get into that industry, there are lots of opportunities to disrupt it because the traditional approach is you go to a media outlet or a show and you say, my client is available to talk about this, and that. These are all the 10 amazing things about them. And like Forbes 30 under 30 and, Nobel Prize winner at 17 and whatever, all these accolades. Right. And they're pitching by and large in an old school way to like the morning network news shows that we're going to give them 4 minutes or 3 minutes, right? It's very different now, especially with podcasts. And I am not looking to have somebody come on for an hour and just talk about all their successes. Not because I'm not proud of them and I want to cheer them on. It's just boring. Who wants to hear about somebody's success for an hour? It's not that interesting. What you want to do is you want to hear from somebody who has achieved success, but you want to hear about the failures that they experienced along the way because that's when you actually learn. And what I do is it's a combination of things. I explain that to people before they come on the show, and I always say, look, we don't want to force you to come on the show. We don't want to beg anybody to come on the show. We want you to come on the show with a sense of generosity. And we want you to come on the show knowing that what you're doing is a public service. We don't charge for the show. It's a public radio program. It's your opportunity to really go deep into your life. We will do a lot of research to make sure that it is accurate. And it's as simple as that. And what happens inevitably is that the people who come on the show, they have agreed to that. We do get pitched. And I was just pitched an incredibly big major founder. And I wrote back to the person's communications specialist and I said, I would love to interview this person. I am absolutely fascinated by this person's story, but I want you to understand that my one condition for this person appearing on the show is there are no conditions. And if you're okay with that, and if your person is okay with that, let's do it. But if not, that's okay. Let's part as friends. And that's basically what we do.
So getting that buy-in beforehand and obviously doing deep research beforehand, coming in prepared helps. But of course, in these moments of vulnerability, there's going to be, especially in the exact moment, there's going to be some reticence, some, I'm not sure I want to be this vulnerable. I'm not sure I want to open up. And obviously, with your vast interview experience, what have you learned about conversation to get beyond that trite, practice, scripted, bullet point interview that many of these founders give?
I think it's relatability. I mean, let me give you an example. I have been very lucky over the last, I would say, 10 years of my life to be able to informally work and advise younger people who are experiencing depression. Why is that? Because I experienced it when I was younger in a very deep and difficult and painful way. That experience in my life, as difficult as it was, and as at times not sure whether I would actually get through it, was a blessing because it actually opened up all these channels of empathy. It basically said, hey, you know what it feels like to be at a rock bottom low point. You know, you have a memory in your mind of lying on the floor of your bedroom, the cold tile floor, not wanting to get up. You have memories of not shaving or, showering for days, not leaving your apartment in your early 20s. I have those memories. I know what that feels like. That has helped me be a better communicator to young people who are going through that, because so many younger people feel embarrassed and they don't know how to connect with people. They don't know how to explain it. And so what I have been able to do is to share my experiences. And oftentimes when you share your experiences, people are more willing to share theirs. And so I think it's often a matter of just being relatable, and having a conversation rather than just a one-way interview.
It was something that you said earlier about being able to adventure in and discover and learn about human behavior. And for a lot of young people, they don't have the experiences to understand all the different aspects that come into play for human behavior, especially the dark side of human nature and the faults of the human brain, where it lacks capacity. We see the skyscrapers, we see the unbelievable companies that have been built, but there is not a better way to showcase the dark side or our inadequacies than telling those stories. And those stories are going to, for us to have a better understanding of human nature, gives us a better understanding of each other and what it's going to take to lift each other.
I did an interview with the founder of Lush Cosmetics, Mark Constantine. And he built an incredibly successful business. And it's a great story. Started in the UK, and he really, he's not educated. He went to, formally educated, but he went to study, he went to hairdresser school, and he really grinded, and kind of, it took him a long time to build this business up. And in the course of the interview, he talked about how early in his career he had a job, and then he just kind of said, and then I wasn't happy. And I went to London, and then I just hung out there I went to Bristol or wherever. He went to Bournemouth, south of England, and just hung out there for a while. And he kept talking. I said, wait, stop for a sec. I said, you just left a job. We just spent the last 10 minutes talking about this job for 3 years, and then you just left it and went to Bournemouth. And then I said, what happened? He said, I just wasn't happy there. Something happened. Something was going on. What was it? Well, I wasn't feeling up to it. I said, it sounds to me like you had some anxiety going on. And he just broke open into this story about actually how he's dealt with anxiety his whole life and still does. And it's so powerful because somebody hearing that can say to themselves, holy, right? Like the founder of Lush Cosmetics that I see in every city and every airport has anxiety challenges. Like this person who is on every level successful, has like plenty of money, but has a healthy, stable family. His kids work for the business. It's so important for people to talk about that because everybody, behind every single person you see, like I think there's a quote I saw recently, and it's a great quote, and I'm sure I'm mangling it, but it's something like, every single person you see is struggling with something that you don't see. And I love that idea because if we could all approach, it's like, do you remember that speech that David Foster Wallace gave, that famous graduation speech at Kenyon College, where he's like, you're standing in line behind the lady, she's with her kid, she's taking forever, like you're in a rush. She's like, well, what if she has like getting chemo? Like, what if she's just what if she's actually on her way to her doctor to get chemo? Like, what if she's, barely hanging on? Like, it's all these things it's very hard for us humans to think that way. But if we could, in a small way, adjust the way we think about other people, it could go a long way to making us more empathetic and kinder. And so in a small way, I'm trying to do that with these stories by going to those darker places.
Now, I want to explore a little bit your journey through depression, because I know some members in our audience are feeling that way right now, especially the younger members who are going through this intense adversity that is COVID and the uncertainty around work. How did you power through your struggle with depression? And was there some key takeaways that you would love to impart to our listeners who may be feeling that same way?
I mean, I'll start, of course, with the usual thing that I always say to people I talk to, which is I am not a medical expert, and I'm not a professional, and I really do trust professionals, and I trust in science. Look, I grew up in a family where where mental health was not seen as a serious thing. And this is not abnormal. A lot of people probably have that experience where, when you get the flu or you get bronchitis, that's an illness. But when you are feeling depressed, that's just self-indulgence, right? What do you have to be sad about? And I understand where that comes from. Certainly from my parents' generation, who were born shortly after World War II and immigrated to America and had to contend with a lot of challenges. Like, what do you have to be sad about? You have everything. We had nothing. I understand that. We live in a very strange. We've structured our society in a very strange way, right? When you are, for the most part, if you grow up in a relatively secure and stable home environment with at least one parent, you know what's coming next year. It's going to be second grade or third grade, and then middle school. You're going to go to 9th and 10th. You're going to go to high school. And then if you're going to go to college, you're going to go to college, and everyone's cheering you on. Most people are saying, you got this, go to college. And then you get to college and you find your identity there. A lot of us first find our identities there. Like we experiment in college. We listen to new music. We experiment with ideas. We join clubs. We become known for doing something, whether it's organizing an event or being part of a debate or organizing a protest or being an activist. And then that's your identity. Oh, there's AJ. He's like really into animal welfare. He's or whatever it might be. And then you graduate from college. And then there's no safety net. There's no next year. You've had 18 years where everything was proscribed and everyone's like, you got this, go. And then you're on your own. You add that to the swirling chemicals of mush in the brain of a person between the age of 20 and 29, and you've got the perfect storm for depression, anxiety. It's a connection. It's the sort of the intersection of how we structure society and our biology. And I don't think our biology has changed. I think 200 years ago, people between 20 and 29 had those chemicals, but we didn't have the other factors. So 300 years ago, you're 20, you're working on the farm, you're starting a family. And your life is probably going to end at like 45. So you're already like middle-aged. So it was different. now we contend with a whole range of challenges. And so I think that's the first, this is my very unscientific theory, but I think there's something to it. And I think that's what happened in my case. And I think that's what happens in the case of a lot of younger people. And I think that it's exacerbated today because everything is online, you know? I mean, I look at my children who are 9 and 11, they're obsessed with likes on their YouTube channel, you know,
Yeah.
or their TikTok channel. They'll ask me, Daddy, how many likes did you get on your Instagram post? And I'm like, I don't care. Even though secretly I kind of do. But, you know, I say, you know what I mean? And so all of our public lives are these like perfectly crafted images of who we are. You know, this Facebook, Instagram version of our lives where even in a pandemic, people still kind of, they're not going to post a picture of themselves on Instagram where they're lying on the bathroom floor crying in the fetal position. You know,
Right.
hey, everybody, I'm really depressed. You know, so I think that's sort of some context to where I was and where a lot of people are at that point in their lives. Here's what helped me. What helped me was a good friend who is still my dearest friend to this day, who recognized that in me and who helped me get treatment. And in my case, I went on antidepressants for a few years. Now, I will say that there's a lot of different scientific debate over SSRIs, their effectiveness. There's been some really great studies about whether it's the placebo effect or whether these medications actually work. I can't speak to that because I don't have the scientific background. But I will say that in my case, whether it was a placebo effect or not, taking mild antidepressants for a few years really did help me. It made me feel like I could actually get through the day. And really, as with many of these things, the passage of time has made it easier to manage. You know, depression, anxiety, they don't ever go away. It's like any other challenge in life. You will have it. It will come back. But what I found in my life, you know, now I'm in my 40s, it becomes more manageable. You know, I've gone through periods of depression and anxiety during this pandemic. We're all alone. We're dealing with a very scary health crisis, a scary economic crisis. We're shut in. We can't see our friends. We can't see our loved ones. We can't go to funerals of people we love. There's environmental, catastrophes, hurricanes and wildfires and crazy storms. And here we are. I mean, it's a scary time, and we're living in a really politically fraught moment. What I find is that as I've gotten older, it's become more manageable. So when these things happen, they happen. I can recognize them, and I can do things now that really do help me. I mean, the reality is, and I'm going on so long. I'm sorry, guys.
Not at all.
You didn't know that I'm an endless talker, so forgive me. But what I find is that now there are some very simple and obvious tricks that we all know. There's no secret to happiness. The secret to happiness is exercise. Make sure to find time for yourself, whether that's meditation or reading. Try your best to think about things you're grateful for, and try to eat well, and there's a better chance that you will be okay. And in my case, I try to do those things. It's not always easy.
Right.
But now that I'm older, I can recognize the signs when it comes on. And so it makes it more manageable for me to take action.
The three things that you brought up there, the eating healthy, make sure you're getting exercise, getting proper sleep, and being cognizant of your mood swings and triggers and things that might bring on that anxiety. For any of our clients, anytime that they come in, one of the first things that we're having them look at are those three things. I think those things have somehow gotten lost in the shuffle with all the technology that we have, where they're not that sexy to talk about. They're not that fun. Who wants to talk about counting macros? If that's what you have to do to be happy. But those things put together a foundation that allows you to enjoy and maximize your enjoyment for the rest of the day, for everything else that comes along, and helps you manage anything that comes along that is going to trigger you, that is going to cause depression or anxiety.
And I think you brought up something that, many of us don't even realize. And when we take a look back at history, 200 years ago, there was comparison, certainly, but not to the degree that there is now. Everything is quantifiable, from likes to going on Zillow to seeing your neighbor's square footage down to the last foot. Like, everything is quantified as technology has continued to grow into a bigger part of our lives. And I think that's certainly driving a lot of the anxiety that we're feeling, because there's more choices than ever. There's more uncertainty, it feels like, than ever. And there's that concern, what if I make the wrong choice? And I just want to go into that initial decision or discussion and conversation around actually seeking professional help, because I think a lot of people view that as a difficult choice and view it almost as a weakness if I have to seek someone else to solve this for myself. And obviously that conversation that you had with your friend encouraged you to take that step, and we talked about the result of that. But what was it like in that moment initially of, like, even thinking about, hey, I need some help in this matter?
Very hard. Very hard. Very, very hard, because I had no experience with it. And I was embarrassed. Even to the point where I was like, God, what if somebody saw me in the waiting room that knew me? What if I ran into, things like that, and really it was a matter of just coming to the realization that I had to, or else things get bad, really bad, much, much worse. But it is really important to try and talk to people about it and see if you can get people who you trust who can help you, because that is key. I mean, there's a real sense of loneliness and isolation, and it can get worse in the midst of a depression, and that can exacerbate it. It's like this. It's like a kind of a repeat cycle. Once it starts, it gets worse and worse. And so it's really important to kind of break out of that by talking to people and by finding people that you trust, that you can just talk to them about it.
And certainly there is risk involved. And you talked about calculating that risk. What if I see someone I know in the waiting room? How is this going to impact me? And I think a big part of the lessons in your book talks about the risk that entrepreneurs are willing to take. And for many of us, those risks are too great. The leap is too big. And we look up and aspire to be a better risk taker. But what have you learned about the risk part of the equation and succeeding with a business idea that is risky?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? There's the adage that without risk, there's no reward. And to some extent, and to a large extent, that's true. You do have to take some risk in life if you're going to be rewarded. And it could be something like the risk of going to that party and meeting that person who's going to change your life. Or it could be the risk of, agreeing to have lunch with a person who becomes hugely important. I mean, risk doesn't mean going to the bank, withdrawing all of your money, and putting it on number 9 on the roulette table. That's not risk. That's stupidity, right? Risk is really is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, but you can do it safely. So, for example, in the book I talk about Jim Koch. Jim Koch founded Boston beer company Sam Adams. He had this very safe, stable job at Boston Consulting Group, but he wasn't happy. He was making a lot of money. He had kids, he had a mortgage, but he was really deeply unhappy. He felt like he needed to build something himself. But he was scared to do it. He was scared to leave all of those comforts and that stability. So he did it slowly. On nights and weekends, he kind of started to plot out what a beer company would look like until he really had a working plan in place. It was still risky, and he saved his money. And he didn't burn his bridges. So when he went to his bosses and said he was leaving, he made sure that they said, listen, if you need to come back, we'd love to have you back. And he went and he started this business. And it was a slow burn. It took him a couple of years before he got to profitability. Today, it's the biggest craft brewer beer in the country.
And his family really doubted him. You know, I think
His
that was a
family
big
doubted him.
part
His
of that
dad doubted him. His
story.
dad said, "Are you nuts?" You know, and that's important. Is that was a risk, but he mitigated the risk. You know, almost every entrepreneur, almost every single one I've interviewed, they mitigate their risks. The stakes are high, yes, but the biggest risk that pretty much every entrepreneur takes is the risk of just feeling bad about failing. You know, most of the time they don't. They do it in such a way where they can recover from it. You know, they can go back to a job, or they're they don't spend all of their money on it. You know, they seek out outside funding. But by and large, risk is an inherent part of the game. You know, but really, it's how we define risk. Risk is not jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. Risk is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, is saying to yourself, you know what, I can actually do this. I can start a business. Because a lot of us don't think of ourselves that way. We don't think of ourselves as entrepreneurs. We think that guy's an entrepreneur, or that person is. I'm just, you know, I work for a company, or I'm a lawyer, or whatever it is I am. But the reality is that there is no real difference between the people who start businesses and the people who don't. I mean, the only difference is that they do. The people who start businesses do. They make the leap. Everybody listening to this, okay, or watching this, has had a great idea. I guarantee you, every person watching this has been in line at a coffee house or whatever, and saw some inefficiency and thought, I wish that they had this. Or you're like in some store and you're looking at, I don't know, a rack of jeans, and you're like, I wish that they organized it, or they had this, or it was like this. Those are all business ideas. Those are all problems that probably need to be solved. I also guarantee you that people watching this have had ideas in their minds that they thought somebody needs to solve this, and it has been solved now. Like, you know, a year or two later, they're in Walmart and they're like, oh my God, that was my idea 5 years ago. Somebody's done this. Well, the answer is you can do it. You can do it. You just have to take a little bit of risk, but you have to mitigate the risk on the path to solving that problem.
That brings up the other R that in our entrepreneurial journey I have weighed more, which is regret. And what you speak of having that great idea and watching someone else turn it into a success and have that ability, that chance to take the leap, but not, you know, when we look back over time, that regret is far scarier to me than the risk, especially when you're taking the steps to mitigate it.
I agree. I mean, regret to me is scarier than risk, much scarier. It was scarier to Jim Cook, you know, the regret of waking up at age 65 and saying, God, did I waste my life, you know? The fact of the matter is, you can do this. And the other thing I would say is, you can do this at any phase in your life. I mean, there's a myth about entrepreneurs that they're all in their early 20s eating ramen and living in group houses. The fact of the matter is, the average business in America, the average first-time entrepreneur is 40 years old. That means that half are over 40 and half are under 40. One of the craziest stories we did on how I built this was Bob's Red Mill. Bob's Red Mill is one of the biggest producers of flours and grains, and you know, you go to the grocery store, there's a whole section of Bob's Red Mill. He started that at age 53. He was broke. He moved to Oregon to become a pastor. He was in Bible school, and he always loved milling his own flour. He was just one of these people, right? And he saw an old mill up for sale, and it was really cheap, and he and his wife were like, you know, let's do it. I can still be a pastor on the side. I can still read the Bible. And he bought this red mill, and that was the beginning of Bob's Red Mill, now a billion-dollar company. I mean, it's totally crazy.
A big part that I took away from the book, and you mentioned this earlier, is this pressure we put on ourselves in our 20s, right? That Forbes 30 under 30 list. And we look and we compare all these other seemingly overnight successes and these young entrepreneurs that, you know, Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, that reach unicorn status in their 20s. But to your point, they are the rarity. Most of the businesses that we come to rely on, that we love, that we use on a daily basis, they're someone's fourth, fifth, sixth entrepreneurial go. They are not their first idea. In fact, a lot of these businesses have pivoted. And I think there's the overcoming of adversity. And every single person you've interviewed has faced tremendous adversity in their entrepreneurial journey. What are the mindsets that you've encountered that have allowed them to face down that adversity and not quit when many others would give up on that idea?
I think it is a learned trait. And I think there are a couple of factors that make it easier. I mean, the first is that you have to have an unshakable belief in your idea. And most people do. Most of us do, right? If you believe that your idea has to be out in the world, and that if it doesn't, if you cannot make it happen, then it won't happen at all. If you believe that, it is very hard to step away from it. The other factor is starting a business with a co-founder, having a partner with you, because invariably one of you will be down and one of you will be up. And it's just the way it works, that when you're feeling really low, the other person's like, we got this. We got this. It sucks. This is horrible. I know it seems like the world's collapsing around us, but we've got this. We've come this far. We're going to be okay. And that, in every case where I've interviewed business with co-founders, that's been a key factor. It's been really important. I think that there's huge value in starting a business with somebody else for the very simple reason that they are, they're going to be there when you need them.
Just also having a different perspective as well helps out so much. Certainly, AJ and I do not think the same. We come from radically different schoolings and thought processes, and we have very much different perspectives. And it has helped us tremendously in being able to look at problems, just having his view. I'm like, I've been looking at this problem for a week and didn't even think about that. And all of a sudden, new doors have opened up in how to handle it.
There's no question. Having a co-founder or co-founders, a group of people with diverse viewpoints, is a huge advantage. It's a huge net advantage for most. In fact, I talk about this in the book, which is Paul Graham, the famous investor and founder of Y Combinator. He talks, this is one of his principal rules, co-founder. He looks for companies with a co-founder. And I think that's super, super crucial. But, on this idea of resilience and perseverance, it takes a lot of work. It's very hard. It's very easy to give up. What's hard is to keep going. What I've learned from all of these entrepreneurs is early on in their careers or early on in their journeys, whether they started in their 20s or in their 40s, they had some experience in their life that exposed them to rejection, a lot of rejection. And that experience of being exposed to rejection actually steeled themselves, gave them an extra layer of skin to deal with and absorb all of the rejection that they would then face building the business and sustaining the business, because building a business is basically a journey of rejection. A lot of people will say, this cannot be done. I'm not going to give you money. Who's going to give you money? This is stupid. Or they might be polite and just say, no, I'm not interested. But you will hear that a lot. I want to sell you my product. No, I'm not interested. You have to be able to withstand the no's, because eventually those no's will turn to yeses. And that's super crucial. And a lot of people who have built successful businesses started out in sales, because if you are selling something door to door over the phone, inevitably you will hear no. And a lot of younger people say, what should I do when I leave college? And I say, go get a job in sales for a year or two. Just go get a job in sales and have a bunch of people tell you to get off their property, because that will help you when it comes time for you to actually have the nerve and the strength to build a business.
For myself, I was in the music business before I had gotten involved with AJ in building The Art of Charm, and the amount of defeats or driving 8 hours to a gig only for 5 people to be in the room when you've been having your hopes being built up for that 8-hour trip, or sending out all of your records for somebody to listen to, and spending all of your time trying to promote a show in your hometown to have your 3 friends show up and they go, it's all right. Like, it's certainly, but it is as awful as all that might sound. You're absolutely right, because it has helped me in tremendous respects to putting out content, feeling okay about it, not second guessing, not sitting on it, terrified to put it out. Because if I had already gotten used to criticism in my 20s through just performing.
I feel many of these business success stories that we're talking about here come down to relationships and your ability to build relationships, whether it's finding a VC to invest in your idea, finding team members to join that culture and work for you, opportunities to partner and find that co-founder, or even just networking to grow your brand. And what are your tips when it comes to connecting and building relationships that lead to success in your life?
I think in terms of finding a co-founder, it's really, and we talk about this a lot on the show, and I ask co-founders this question, like, what is it about the other person that attracted you? And invariably, you get the same version of this answer, which is they had just different skill sets and interests. I mean, I liked them. I knew I could get along with them. Like there was chemistry, but more importantly, we were just interested in different things. And I love that idea because we're naturally attracted to people who are interested in the same things. Whether if you're in the music industry, you're going to hang out with music industry people. If you're in, sports and whatever it is, right? A lot of journalists hang out with journalists. I really encourage people to do what they can, everything they can, to seek out not just people, but also ideas that they're not naturally attracted to. I try to, and I don't always do this well, but I really do try to force myself to read things that I wouldn't normally go to. If I'm reading like a journal or a magazine, and there's an article about, some article about politics, I'm interested in it. I want to read it. But if there's an article about like a poet or poetry, I will read it. I don't always understand it. I don't always love it, but I try and expose myself to different ideas. And one of the ways we do it on the show is by talking to people from industries that I'm not naturally knowledgeable about or that interested in. We do a lot of cosmetics. I don't wear cosmetics. I'm not naturally interested in them, but I have become interested in cosmetics over the years because I've learned about the business and the industry, and it is endlessly fascinating.
It is fascinating.
And so my feeling is that if you can expose yourself to people and ideas that aren't normally in your wheelhouse, it's only going to work to your advantage. You will only benefit and gain from that.
I agree so much.
And I've felt this pattern in a few interviews with co-founders, and it was really expressed in the book, The Guys Behind Method. You have an extrovert and an introvert. And you kind of need that balance of, okay, someone is going to go inside to problem solve and to figure out what's going on, but also someone else needs to go outside and win people over and use that extroversion to the business's advantage. Is that a pattern that you've seen in co-founders where they have that sort of opposite style in their communication?
Yes, 100%. And also, their preferences in that area. Like, I mean, one of you guys is slightly more extroverted than the other one. I think Johnny is more extroverted.
You are spot on.
You just, it's your natural kind of comfort zone. You like to kind of be around people, and AJ, you takes you a little bit more time, right, to warm up to people. And I can tell that. And that's how I'm actually an introverted person too, even though I do this public job and I have live shows in pre-COVID times. It's just my natural kind of, state of being. I think that having those different personality traits are just hugely advantageous, especially when you are, not only building the business, but presenting the business to people. because you can always, it's a constant balancing act. In a business, there are always going to be times where one co-founder is going to be, you're going to lean on that co-founder, and the other times you're going to lean on the other one, and back and forth. And having that balance and that ability to kind of lean a little bit more one way or the other is crucial. I mean, building a business is a marathon. It is a really long marathon. It doesn't end, even once you've achieved flight. I mean, you guys have a business. Once you've achieved success, you don't just throw up. You're not just sitting in a vault of money and throwing it up in the air. It's really hard work. Once you hit cruising altitude, there's even more work to do.
And exactly, that definition of success changes. All right.
Correct.
When we look back to what success was 15 years ago, we've far surpassed it, but we wouldn't call ourselves successful today because you're constantly reorienting to that new level of success.
I agree.
Now, you ask every guest whether luck or skill and hard work accounts for their success. And early on in my career, I would have jumped to say hard work, and it's the skills that set me apart. As we've gone longer in our entrepreneurial journey, and we like to joke, had 9 lives already, and we've had co-founders and lost co-founders, all that process. I think luck is a very big part of our success. And I wonder what you've learned about luck versus skill in the pursuit of success and asking all of your guests that question.
I mean, I know it's a binary question I ask, but the reality is I'm not looking for one or the other answer. And it doesn't have to be either of those things. It can be anything, really. It's just kind of a device to give somebody a chance to reflect on their journey and why they think it happened. I think in every case, for everybody, luck passes them by. There's something that happens. I was interviewing Jamie Siminoff, the founder of Ring, a couple weeks ago, and he told me a story about this moment in his entrepreneurial journey when he was at a really low point. His business Doorbot, which was the precursor to Ring, was doing really badly. They were close to bankruptcy. He was feeling like a failure. He had not really had any successful businesses yet. And a friend of his called him and said, "Hey, I've got a friend. He's an entrepreneur. He's looking to talk to another entrepreneur about his business idea. Would you have lunch with him? You're the only entrepreneur I know." And Jamie was reluctant, but he's like, fine. And he goes and meets this guy for lunch in Hollywood. And he's just like not psyched about it. And it's annoying. And he goes to this lunch and the guy tells him his stupid idea and Jamie's listening to it. And he's being very friendly and he gives the guy advice and feedback. And he's doing his best he can to be supportive. And right before they leave the lunch, the guy's like, "Oh, what are you working on, by the way?" He's like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just this doorbell that is like a video doorbell, but it's not really going anywhere." He's like, "That sounds like an amazing idea, dude. You should put that on Shark Tank." And he's like, "Well, yeah. I mean, everybody wants to go on Shark Tank. How am I on Shark Tank?" The guy goes, "Oh, my friend's a producer on it. I'll get you his contact." That lunch changed his life. That's luck. That experience going on Shark Tank changed his business. It wouldn't be a $1 billion company today, if it wasn't for that experience. So there are always going to be lucky breaks. We're always going to work hard. But hard work is par for the course. There is no business in history that wasn't built with hard work. Not a single one. And by the way, waiters and waitresses and construction workers and gardeners work a lot harder than people in offices. So hard work alone isn't enough to become successful. It's a combination of hard work and luck, and what you choose to do with that luck.
Absolutely. And we love to ask all of our guests, what is your X factor? So we think and believe that an X factor is when a mindset unlocks a skill set for you to see something in yourself that you didn't believe was possible to help you achieve success.
My X factor is my developed skill of curiosity. I have chosen to be curious. I believe anybody can make that choice. I think curiosity is much more important and interesting than intelligence. I think it's much more valuable than intelligence. I think intelligence is overrated. I am curious because I wake up and I choose to be curious. It's not always easy. Sometimes I'm exposing myself to things that are really boring, but that curiosity has enabled me to learn about things that I wouldn't know anything about. It's helped me to grow intellectually. It's helped me to be a better interviewer, to have better conversations, to be a better entrepreneur. And I think that is my X factor. And I think anybody can have that X factor if they choose it. It's just a choice.
Well, that leads us to our weekly challenge. And I think many in our audience struggle with that curiosity component. When we talk about conversational concerns and issues and struggles, I think one of the bedrock foundational parts of any conversation is that curiosity. And if you're finding that conversations have awkward silence or you're stuck in boring small talk, it's in large part because you're not utilizing that skill of curiosity. So how could we challenge our listeners to develop that skill like you developed it yourself?
It's really, really easy. You just have to choose it. You just have to decide one day. I mean, think about this. Everybody watching this at one point in their lives was a child who would walk down the sidewalk and look at caterpillars and bugs and be endlessly fascinated by them. Would look at the stars and say, "Oh my God, how far is that? Can we go there?" You know, would ask questions about the moon. When was the last time anybody watching this just stopped and looked at a star and said, "My God, that's 5 light years away. We will never get there. That closest star, it'll take 20, 30,000 years to get there." You know, it's so simple. We all have it. We just stop engaging with it as we become older and more cynical and more, focused on the narrow things that we have to focus on. It's about reclaiming what we are born with. We are born with curiosity. Children from a very early age are born with it. Go to any 4-year-old. It's an endless litany of questions. Because that's how we're wired as humans. We are hardwired to be curious. And so it's just a matter of choosing to do it and choosing to reclaim it. It is as simple as that.
Thank you so much for joining us, Guy. It was a pleasure to finally get to sit down with you. And Johnny and I have enjoyed not only the book, but your show immensely, and the lessons that we've learned along the way in our entrepreneurial journey shine through in so many of those conversations that you've had with your guests. And we really appreciate you coming on and taking the time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate your support with the book.
For folks who don't know, this is Ryan Macklin. He is an engineer turned game designer turned tech writer, and he focuses on empathetic communication. Also empathic communication. He does some cool things with board games. And he does work at Google. And for those of you who did not see the picture earlier, he is a very giant kitty who is nicknamed the Blessed Orb. So I'm going to let them take it away and do their presentation. And we can have questions afterwards and continue introductions.
So, I mean, we're all here as doc writers, and presumably you want your writing to impact people, right? You want to help someone with a vexing problem, or empower them with key knowledge, or win them over somehow, get them back to what they want to do, and you certainly don't want to make their day worse. And to do that well, you've got to understand people. And this should be easy since we're all people. I mean, and maybe I won't speak for y'all, but like, I'm a people. But this isn't. I mean, we already know this isn't, but like, it is one of the big struggles of tech writing. Folks come to your material while they're panicking, while they're wishing they were anywhere else, while they're angry, wanting to turn anything to a fight, and all sorts of other emotions that makes our job not straightforward. So how do we handle writing for people? So as Rose said, I'm Ryan Macklin. I'm a text and UX writer at Google. I'm in the Ann Arbor, Michigan area. I have an aforementioned cat, with the Instagram will be at the end of the slides, I promise. I have many tattoos and also anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I got a little trifecta there. But that trifecta drove me to take empathetic written communication as a personal career focus. And today, my talk is about distilling a framework I've worked on for years into roughly 25 minutes. So kind of get on with it. My thesis boils down to that empathetic communication means meeting your readers where they are. And they come to your work in all sorts of different emotional states. And there are dozens and dozens of these nuanced states, so I've simplified them down to these 5, what I'm right now calling personas, but I'm actually workshopping a different name right now. It's sort of like what you might see in like a brand new UX study, but it's not about what the users are doing, but what they're experiencing internally. As you can probably see now, I had a lot of fun making them. This is Avery, our anxious armadillo, Blake, our bored bear, Cam, our curious cat, Finley, our frustrated ferret, and Pat, our proud peacock. But it's kind of silly to introduce them because you've actually already met them. You've already written for them. You've already been them. You just maybe haven't thought deeply about them because they're so baked into the experience. So let's really get to know our friends here and see how we can help them out. So we'll start with Avery, because I leave them sitting in the waiting room, like they're just going to get more and more anxious. And Avery's already pretty anxious, so which we'll dive into why. But first, what does Avery's mental state mean for us as writers? Well, it's that Avery doesn't feel safe. Someone coming to our work in this sort of distress state is going to be hyper vigilant. They don't feel safe right now. They're reading our instructions or our email or our UI or whatever. And their brain's being chewed on by their anxiety. Their attention is pulled to perceived dangers, which means that they're either not paying full attention to us or they're paying the wrong kind of attention to us, where they'll fixate on something on the screen we don't expect them to. And that gets their anxiety spiraling out. Before I go further into Avery, I really want to call this out and be really firm about this throughout the entire talk and in life in general. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with Avery having anxiety. That emotional space is valid, and it comes from somewhere legit. Maybe it comes from our app or service or documentation or something like that. Or maybe it comes from something that has nothing to do with us. But either way, it's legit, and there's nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with this state. We're not trying to fix a person here. So Avery being everywhere, imagine someone who's on edge because they're expecting an important call, or someone who is going about their day all chill before hearing a sudden car honk close by. I mean, you've probably all been in the situation where suddenly your heart rate is elevated, right? In that situation, you've got a little Avery surfacing. Same as if someone is apprehensive about making an embarrassing or detrimental mistake in our app or service, or like sending a mass email with broken links, or deleting critical data. And I am calling myself out there in both of those cases. And this is something you'll see in all these personas, this concept that it doesn't really make a significant difference whether the emotional state is because of our app or service, or if it's because of something totally unrelated to us. Because they're still users in natural states of mind, and they're still trying to get something out of the material. There's some slight elements to it that are there, but really, I approach this problem from a emotion first, reason second philosophy. So how do we care for our Averys? So one thing, definitely make no mistake, what we do as documentation writers, as sort of any role like this, is a form of care work. Helping people in distress is a form of care work. And in this case, 2 of the techniques I keep in mind for Avery are keeping to a sense of tone intentionality and making sure there are clear paths out. And tone intentionality is about watching the language you use to avoid reinforcing emotions that spiral, like anxiety definitely spirals. For instance, I avoid the word hopefully in instruction text. So that give a sense of maybe this will, maybe this one. I want to encourage that in the mind of an Avery. And I make sure that any uses of caution or warnings are actually worth the elevated heart rate that they could trigger in an Avery. And the other technique involves making sure there's a clear escalation path, a path to some sort of support material, someone to contact, etc. In case the anxiety builds to a point where it feels impossible to process the information, where they can't really process the information by themselves, and they need or feel they need, which is effectively the same thing, that they need to get somebody else involved. Or they get information that's framed in a different way that might help them break through sort of the anxiety barrier that's in their head. And I mean, these are just like 2 techniques. I'm going to share a couple of techniques in each of these slides. I'm sure you have plenty of other techniques in mind, and I'm actually trying to catalog a lot of these for a much bigger project. And you can probably maybe guess that Avery could be an entire 25-minute talk alone, because the effect of anxiety on cognitive processing is not, not a thing like, oh yeah, it happens, and you sort of, move on. Although that is literally what I have to do in this talk to get through it. But yeah, like I said, so I'll stop here, and you'll kind of see as I go through this that the other techniques I mentioned will refer back to Avery, and some of these other techniques can be used in some of our other personas. So let's go ahead and move on to Blake then. This is me cosplaying as Blake by being very tired and low, and this is the sort of person that we're going to be engaging in now, which is our board bearer, Blake. And we're going to go on by being a little bit meta first, because there could be some Blakes right now listening to this talk. And as I overly hinted at just a moment ago, some Blakes are tired, either physically or mentally. So they're not an engageable friend of mine. You can kind of cue before I've had my coffee drip, right? And some are dealing with depression or dissociation or situational sadness, which are very hard psychological states that are so consuming. And some may just be disinterested in this topic. I don't know why they're here. Maybe because a coworker or manager told them they should watch this, and but they're not necessarily engaged yet. These are all ways in which a person can manifest their Blakeness. Now, some of the Blakes out there, they weren't Blakes to start with, but they turned to Blakes because the content isn't what they expected, or the delivery isn't connecting with them. And again, both of those are absolutely legit. And there are plenty of other reasons, but hopefully this is sort of enough to broaden your sense of empathy when it comes to this sort of disengagement. Because if there's one thing that I sort of cringe at, it's when people say boredom just means you're not interesting or you're not creative or whatever. It's no, it is a legit state of mind, and it deserves as much empathy as anything else. And just like there could be Blakes, right here in this talk, there are Blakes in your system generating emails, your support articles, your policy documents, etc. And so the way I care for Blakes when I write is I try to show why my material is worth them spending their precious mental energy focusing on and digesting it, which also helps those who come here accidentally from wasting their time and energy on this material, because they get to say, oh, this is actually not for me. And 2 techniques for that are just information highlighting and bubbling actionable material to the top. And information highlighting is a grab bag of concepts. These are all things that many of us are doing. Having clear and precise titles. I used to hate TLDRs, and I've learned to embrace them over the last couple of years. Strategically folded passages, things like that, whatever really catches the eye and says, here's why, here's what's going on. Here's the reason to devote attention to this. This one's called the value proposition, and it makes this obvious and relatable. That gives many a reason to invest mental energy, which maybe needs to sit up, or get some coffee, or take a walk, or whatever helps them sort of shake off that bored and tired feeling. And our second Blake-friendly technique is about cutting sort of unnecessary content and bubbling up what's important to the top. Whatever makes up the material put in front of others takes brain energy to process. And if you've ever had a point where you struggle to focus on something, you can just feel that sense of where just your brain just starts to drip down as you're going from one paragraph to the next to the next. So cut out what's unnecessary and move what's necessary to the top. There's the to me, there's this classic documentation faux pas of starting with historical information that's maybe interesting, but definitely unnecessary. I've seen this often, and I used to do it when I was a software developer. Again, you bubble that actionable material to the top. If you absolutely need to keep that unnecessary material, and I will always love stressing it's unnecessary when talking with engineers and project managers and stuff who are really passionate about the historical material, because they're really passionate about the project and want to share things that are passionate to them with users. Move it to the bottom or make it a separate page you link to. Whatever you do, make it so that you reduce the effort that Blake needs to expend to get to the part they need. And I could also go on for a long time about Blake. I have a rant about how screenshots are often a detriment, but Blake needs to zone out now. And again, I need to finish this talk. So now we get to talk with Cam. This is where people's attention comes back because I've just put a kitten on this screen. So Cam's a bit more specific than the two we've seen so far. After talking with Blake, you would think we'd be excited to have some Cam, since being curious is the opposite of checked out. But there are some detrimental sides to curiosity, and that's why there's a Cam in this talk. When we're curious, our minds are primed for questions. When there's a question stuck in our heads, we're hungry for the answers. And it's part of our human nature. Again, I'm making an assumption here about our humanity, to look for those answers. And it's human nature to cough in the middle of a presentation. So if you've ever had some random bit of trivia trip you up, like what's the next line of that song? And you couldn't keep from, pulling out your phone to look it up, you were compelled to close the loop in your head, created by that question popping in. It wasn't important to you to know the answer to this, but it was just nagging that nagging you wanted to be rid of. I stumbled upon this concept years ago while reading David Allen's classic productivity book, Getting Things Done. He talks about how the mind can only hold on to like so many unresolved loops before it's essentially at a bandwidth. Questions of the mind operate in that same space. It's part of how clickbait headlines work. They pose a targeted question in your mind to get you to click on the link to close the very loop it created. And that's important because while the reader interest is desirable, unregulated curiosity presents hurdles for us. And those cams, they're kittens pawing at any random laser pointer. And every link on your page in your email or something like that is something that a cam will paw at. And instead of focusing on the body material, they'll see something like this. And this is something I see a lot in automated email notices. Like, hello, due to our blah, blah policy, which is a link to some doc, you should take some action. Let's say the actionable part now. And in a reader whose curiosity is regulated or not engaged in the first place, that's not an issue. But for unregulated cams, that's an interesting link. Maybe clicking on the link and reading it briefly satisfies their curiosity, but it's as likely they find something new on that page to be curious about. Some of the laser pointer from the side or related topic section, and so on. And they're on a different journey already before you've cemented in your original communication that they need to take some action. The mental loop that you wanted to create in them was cut short. So from that, we'll go ahead and let Cam go chasing something. So bye, Cam. Now we need to be careful because we've left Finley, our frustrated ferret, on hold for a while, and they are not having it. Any of you who have ever worked in support like I have can probably already empathize with getting a customer who's been really frustrated and has been on hold for a while and is very happy to know that to start with. These people, they're frustrated before they get in our queue. All of that time that they've been waiting sort of adds up to that micro frustration on top. And that frustration is a communication fog, which is not unlike anxiety. The thicker the fog, the harder it is for a support agent to break through it. So as writers, we want to diffuse the Finleys we're writing for and And when we can't do that, we want to at least not compound the situation with like adding micro frustration elements, because that's just going to make that frustration fog harder for someone else's job. And Finley and Avery are cousins in a sense. And just like how Avery could be anxious because of our product or from something external, Finley could be frustrated again from our product or something external. Getting cut off in traffic, or getting into a fight on Twitter, or finding out they didn't get the promotion they fought for. Then they try to log into our account and it doesn't work. What might have been an annoyance in the moment now is like a full-blown meltdown. And to their credit, some Finleys do try to regulate themselves, recognizing that lashing out doesn't help, but they and we, when we're dealing with them, are still playing at a higher difficulty level in getting them help, because they're in that combative brain space. And that combative brain space means that Finleys are looking for a win. What if our docs can't help a Finley? Can we still try to give them a win before they contact support? I think we can. And this is where my first technique comes into play, which is about empathetic acknowledgement. You've probably encountered this with UIs that apologize for inconveniences, or support docs that acknowledge a situation what the user's dealing with isn't fun. And other places where passive text that we write tries to imprint the feeling of like, hey, your feelings are valid. Hey, we see you. This technique is also a part of support tactics for a reason. It's not a win-win form of solving Finley's problem, but even just being validated is a small win. And if that's enough to get a Finley to calm down, to get a Finley to help center themselves, that makes our job easier. And that makes any support agent who has to deal with them their job easier. And ultimately, it means Finley's job of helping themselves is easier. And like I said, you might know that, like I said, I've used the concept of centering with a Finley. I've used the concept of sort of like centering or regulating with Avery. And this goes for any agitated state of mind. And the further agitated somebody is, the thicker that communication fog that I mentioned is. So that technique about de-escalating Finley, the other technique I use, which really relates to communication fog, is to watch out for micro frustrations or micro confrontation language to avoid adding to Finley's frustration. That includes anything with a condescending flavor. Things like starting a passage with obviously, or I've even removed like remember that from passages after sort of an experience over a decade ago of realizing that wasn't actually helping me. As I mentioned earlier, and I think maybe at this point, hopefully enough of you have pieced together, techniques for One Health persona help Finley, and like cutting unnecessary material and bubbling stuff to the top for Blake, or being mindful for outbound links for Cam, and they reduce the amount of time Finley spends before getting the help they need. That's great. And vice versa with these ideas about watching the language we use, and making sure that we are able to affirm people will definitely help up some of our other personas. And if we can help a few Finleys out by showing them care, we're showing care, again, let's bring it back to this point, we're showing care to our support agents who would otherwise take these irate calls and be in a more difficult position. So thank you, Finley, for letting us borrow you, and I hope you find some chill soon. That leaves us with Pat, our proud peacock. Pat's another specialized persona like Cam, one particularly prevalent in high expertise fields like software development, but really can pop up anywhere. And pride, like curiosity, is fine on its own, but pride unregulated can turn into arrogance or smugness or entitlement, and a desire to recapture a feeling of superiority they feel like they've lost for some reason. So what does this look like? Well, on the casual end, it can look as simple as someone commenting on your grammar, which helpful people also do. But whereas the helpful person comments and moves on, in the back of Pat's mind, there's a desire to keep looking, to focus on flaws and on the material substance, or rather what those Pats perceive as flaws. And the thing about the two specialized personas in this talk is that they're not often aware that they're in a state that's not optimal for them. Avery, Blake, and Finley might be aware they're on edge or checked out or irate, but Pat or Cam aren't necessarily as mindful, because those states are harder to be self-aware of without training, and that lack of awareness makes addressing communication issues harder. So how do we deal with that? Now, how do we deal with users that are in this confrontational headspace who aren't necessarily aware of it? We're writing passively to many users, hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions. So we can't just hit each one of them up on chat, are you okay? Or like, hey, you're kind of being a jerk right now. You've gone a little bit far. The best we can do is to try to make our material like PAT resistant. And the first section I have is to sort of keep and maintain a taxonomy or a glossary or lexicon. If you can ensure that your terminology is clear and consistent throughout all of your product and your support documentation and everything else, you can reduce some of the PAT pain points. Again, this also helps everyone else, and which includes you when the inevitable rebrand or redesign comes along. And if you want to build one, you don't even really need to start with like a full-fledged, like the word taxonomy can be like intimidating to some people. You really can just start with like a simple glossary, like, what can you do to ensure that your basic terminology is clear and consistent, right? Like, ask these particular questions. What terms do you use and how often? Nouns, verbs, adjectives, or sort of identified as flexible, so you're using in the right parts of speech and you're not getting colloquial in some of the usage. What terms have subtle differences from the common language meaning versus what terms are pretty much the common language meaning, or what terms are really super not? Do they have synonyms that you want to use? Do they have synonyms you don't want to use? What sort of colloquialisms are you comfortable with, or do you expect support agents to use, but you may not necessarily want to use in your documentation sort of for official purposes? And when you know these key terms, you also know Wordzoid casually. For instance, a key term in your system is the word aspect. You shouldn't use that word casually, such as an aspect of PAT is literalism. The other suggestion I have is to get your examples reviewed by experts who understand your users. It could be code example on a dev site, which many of us are dev docs people. We have done this a lot. This is not new. But it could also be a business example for an ad tech help center. It could be anything like that. Like, it doesn't just have to be, think about, looking at your code, but think about looking at all of your specific elements. Get them reviewed for relevance as well as accuracy. Pats can get hung up on the details, particularly with examples. So to get ahead of them, get these robust reviews, especially if an example is long and critical to understanding the doc. So that's enough about Pat. And in not a lot of time, I've walked you through 5 significant categories of emotional states. And I didn't include one like Ray the receptive rabbit, because as long as we're considering our other users, we'll handle our calm, respective ones with no problem. And for those of you who are familiar with accessibility and inclusive design, you might realize this is semi-secretly an accessible communication talk. And it follows like a similar philosophy to accessibility, which is where when you make your work accessible to more people, it benefits everyone, not just those people. One thing that happens when I give this talk, and I've given this talk a bunch, is that people map themselves just with one persona. Like, oh, I'm totally an Avery, or yeah, I'll admit I'm a Pat. And that's too narrow a way to think about it. This is not a tag yourself meme. Like, take me. I'm a pretty anxious person, but I also get bored. I have plenty of times when I'm curious without focus. I definitely get frustrated, and I'm not proud to admit that I have my proud side as well. And we're all of these at different times. We're also all receptive at different times, being that sort of Ray the receptive rabbit. We're also those as well. And we're certainly other states that I haven't covered. You might feel like you genuinely lean one or two ways, but all of these are inside. So there's a couple calls to action. Like, this is all fine and good. It's all like writing philosophy. What do you do with it, right? Well, first, you can take something you've written recently. You can mark it up with how you think each of these 5 personas would take it, and maybe get 2 or 3 of you together to talk about what you found. And second, when you catch yourself in one of these states, examine that state. If it's combative or high heart rate state, center yourself. Note down if the material caused that state or if you were already there when that happened. Were you there because of something related to the material, something separate, or a combination? What you learn from self-examining can raise your emotional proficiency, which raises your ability to tackle these sort of problems. And just to end again, that these emotions are valid no matter where they come from. That's really, really clear. Like, there's no shame in what our users are feeling. I don't want to, ever in sort of this talk or anything related, suggest that that's something that we should think about. So again, this is me. I'm Ryan Macklin. I just got back on Twitter. And again, my cat has an Instagram. And I also am the co-organizer of Write the Docs Detroit Windsor, which, like everything else, is online right now. So, check it out on Meetup. And here's like a little quick reference that I have here, which, since it's getting recorded out into the world, is there sort of some questions that I consider. Feel free to also, screen cap this if you like. I will go ahead and leave it up for a moment. That is my talk on emotional personas.
Thank you, Ryan. Are you happy to take some questions? Either folks can post them in the chat and I'll monitor that, or people are more than, for those who are happy to do audio and video, please feel free to jump on that way.
Yeah, totally.
And did you want to record the questions as well?
Yeah, I can record the questions. We'll see if, maybe I'll cut them or not, depending on the size of the video. But yeah, let's go ahead and record them.
Great. It looks like we do have one from the chat, and it says, where do you draw the line between harsh language choices versus straightforward imperative statements?
So it depends on, for me, it would depend on the subject. The more serious the subject, especially if it's something where there's a destructive element to it, you could, delete all your data from this. I would go with very, very pointed statements. There's actually a bit, again, this is some of the advanced Avery talk that I've given has actually been about when to actually create anxiety in people and the right kind of anxiety. And some of that is to make them aware of, make them very much feel a sense of trepidation to say something destructive that they're going to do, whether it's financially or logistically or whatever. But it's still, you can still do that and still keep with tone intentionality at the same time. There are straightforward sentences that you can say that don't necessarily have to involve unnecessary cautioning or any sort of micro-confrontational language. I don't think they're necessarily two different things. Softening language is great, but tone intentionality can also work for hard language, for really pointed language.
If I could add to that, Ryan, I'm guessing that one of the phenomenon you might have encountered is that if we have an idea that users tend to make a certain kind of mistake, even if it's not a serious one, or even if it just ends up going slightly off track and then you can come quickly back on, one of the documentation solutions is to warn people not to do that. But in a lot of cases, if they do that, it really doesn't matter and it's fine. So that would be a case where it might be really easy to create unnecessary warnings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the bit there is, and this is very much I see this from, a lot of times I'll see this from people who are support agents first, writers second, because this is the experience that they've had to deal with. And they're translating that individual user experience into a doc for a broad audience. Which again, I was a support agent a long time ago. This is one of the things that I had to learn. But yeah, so getting to that state of how do you write it and not have it be a warning, or how do you write it and have it be a soft warning? And that is I'd say like, I mean, that ends up being like why writing is also partly an art. I think also at this point I can stop the screen here so I can actually see everyone. All right. So yeah, that is, I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yeah, I'm the one who asked it. It does. It's something I come up against, quite a bit. Mostly I ask because I write, API documentation where you're always giving enough rope to hang yourself with.
Yeah.
You're when you do these things, you're messing with real data that's potentially not yours and unrecoverable.
Yeah.
So.
We have Chocolate, and it looks as though they asked, how often do you check the personas? How do you plan content changes for newly added and removed personas?
Well, I don't, like, these personas have been pretty static for me for a number of years. It's really about, it's a mental framework for making sure that the end product that I'm sending out to users has a sense of users in mind, instead of just like, I'm not trying to achieve an objective for my product team. I'm trying to achieve objective for my users that also happens to be the objective my product team wants. Or even, that's actually something that I do, is I even try to say people instead of users, because it's a subtle difference, but it's a really important one. So I'm people first, product second. Even though the product is what's paying me, although the people are paying never mind, that you can follow that logic. But I would say a lot of it is in a sense of is in the sense of like patterns. It's like this sort of style of email. Like I write some like philosophy and structure docs as part of my day job. And some of it is like, here's when we should use a TLDR, because this is the sort of email that's about to tell you you're about to lose access. Right now, my main writing for tech and UI is about access management systems. So I write a bunch of automated emails like, you're about to lose access, or someone needs access, or things like that. So a lot of it is like, like, how do I make sure that a board Blake actually will read this email and address it? So that's where I'm like, okay, here are the things that I do to combat that. For things about losing access, how do I make sure that somebody who's anxious doesn't panic and freeze up? So it really is about a series of questions to ask in a lot of these situations, and about patterns to follow. I'm talking with some people right now, and this is going to be like a long time from now, but I'm talking about like internally maybe having some language checkers and like sort of like natural language processing to catch some of these, but we've just barely started those conversations. I'm excited for that. Right now, it's really just been very much in the art form approach of, how am I making sure that I'm doing this in a very human way. But yeah, and when I've done this long enough that it is just sort of baked into my process in general. But it is, so it's really just how I write and how I think about the patterns that are in my head or documented somewhere that I bring to my writing. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Yes, it is. I think it sounds like these personas are like guidelines, writing guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're like, yeah. It's a combination. It's like it's a philosophy that is, it's about how to think about writing guidelines. Mm-hmm. The effect that these writing guidelines can have on people.
Have you promoted this actually to your fellow writers?
Yeah, I have. Like, this is within within Google, and then the company I was at before. This was sort of I was like basically brainstorming and working on this for a while. But yeah, this was and then everyone's basically said I should actually give this talk. This is the third time in like a month I give this talk. So I'm trying to get the idea out there. I have a lot of people who are interested in sort of in this as a framework to teach people sort of how to think about writing. And I'm looking at also how to turns this into material so that people who want to learn how to do writing, technical writing, can use it as a sense of philosophy. But that is like, a lot of these things are down the road. But this is a way to teach philosophy of writing rather than teaching just the mechanics of it.
Please let me know when you actually roll out the material. I will definitely sign up.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably what I'll actually use my Twitter for, so feel free to follow that. I like almost never use it. I left Twitter years ago, and my mental health was great after that. So I'm dipping back in because I'm a glutton for punishment, much like Rose is, but in a different way.
That's why we're friends and get along.
And I love how I just referenced something that's not actually going to be in the recording. Kind of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, well, yeah, I'll definitely let you know. I will not be quiet about it when I create something like that, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, looks like you had a question.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had examples of the before and the after. I thought of it right away when you had the worried ferret and the frustrated, well, the armadillo, I think, was the worried one.
Yeah.
I always come across phrases that say, do not do this. And I'm like, what? Don't tell me that. Now I want to do it. So it'd be nice if you had some like before and then after tuning.
I don't, like, at this point, I don't, like, I haven't edited anybody else's writing that deeply in a long time, to have that example. So really it's just me knowing, like, a lot of these rules are just baked into what I'm doing. I think the before and after I probably have might be internal stuff where when I have gone through and done some rewriting of it because it needed to be updated anyway, the CSAT of it increased, but that's all internal stuff I couldn't share anyway. But yeah, that's I would love to be able to put something together. Like, there's a lot of places here where I wish I could put examples in, but like it already is on the edge of a long talk. So, and that's
Right.
what I want to follow up with, is actually get deeper into each of these concepts.
And Ryan, one of the things you mentioned early on is that you were thinking of considering a word other than persona. And I can understand that because I've seen that word being overloaded and diverging in meaning in ways that has made it difficult to communicate at my company, for sure.
Yeah.
A couple of words that had occurred to me was one being archetype, because it seems like you're coming up with essentially kind of emotional archetypes of emotional states and of the users move through.
Mm-hmm.
And the literary side of my brain was wondering if allegory might even be an interesting one, because I bet a lot of allegory would be a term that has not been used much in technology yet.
Yeah, like I originally called it persona because I wanted to draw people in for that reason of like, what do you mean? But I think at this point I don't need that anymore. But I just haven't had another thing to call it yet. I've had some suggestions, like somebody suggested roles. Somebody suggested profiles too. But profiles thing has a similar thing of like kind of being overloaded, but it's still at least generic enough that it could kind of work. But yeah, no, I like those. I'll have to chew on those. I'm going to spend a while on thesaurus.com one of these days, and just, which is one of my little joys is naming things. I will spend weeks figuring out the name for something and that I'm working on personally. And so it'll just be a lot of thesaurus.com and other searches, and learning about words I didn't know about. Like if I a few months ago learned about the word ambit, which I'm not going to define for you. I'm going to say go search for AMBIT, ambit, and maybe you can use it in your own stuff.
Does that need a not safe for work tag?
It is a legit, totally cool, safe for life and work.
Great. Thought I would double check. I didn't see
I respect
it
that.
would be,
but it's
most of us are no work machines, so.
It's a Merriam-Webster search, not a Urban Dictionary search.
Nice.
Just noted you said ambit, and I saw everyone's heads kind of swing that
way.
I was guilty too.
Yeah, it's my favorite new word. I had to since I'm still a game writer, and I had to come up with something for a game term, and trolling through the thesaurus. Yeah, that's what I came up with.
It's a good word.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? I'm also happy to turn it over to the Sophie Times. Which it sounds like from the silence, I'm totally gonna.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group. I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time. But it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or excuse me, across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all of the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the I/O bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like procfs. You do have to mount it, depending on which version of the kernel you have. It may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2 none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C group 1 and C group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C group 2. The major reason they came out with C group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, C group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 5.2.1 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroup bin, cgroup tools, and cgroup fs mount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ, but these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block IO, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block IO. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk IO. So for block I/O, we're trying to limit it based on block I/O performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk I/O. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk I/O per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C Group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block I/O. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets is an interesting one because if you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 KB of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 KB of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU penning. And when you pen a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C Group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may, in fact, lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again, to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like Virt Manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization. The vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open device, the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things. You can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDs interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanisms. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then Unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well, which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you did around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll create an application. We'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the ps command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment, I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that. But I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the cgroup interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the cgroup tools. And these tools include applications like cgcreate and cgexec and cgget. So we'll see how those all work. So cgcreate allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the cgget command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1,024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a cgexec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1,024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the cgroup interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to cgroup. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, cgroup mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the cgroup. And everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that cgroup, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17 where you show this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process not in a C group that also brings CPU. What would we see?
Yeah, so in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism.
So as soon as you affect one C group to one core to one C group, the scheduler will keep the other ones, everybody else.
There's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core or, and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. I do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah.
Child processes, so if there's a process that's been assigned to a C group, are subsequent child processes automatically spawned in the same C group?
Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares. Is there like a alerting or thresholding that can be done through ePF?
Yes. Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question?
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%,
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to. then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Not, well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group?
Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share. The question is, are the CPU shares relative to 10,000 to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their respective?
So yeah, so when you do 1024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have said B was 256, and then the other one would have gotten arrested.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just like we got another one here. Yeah.
So if you just had the one group A, would it be allowed to go above 75%?
No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 1024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff. Because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten. And the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah? By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I've got cores plus threads. If you did that in what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on. Yes. Yep.
Hey guys, in today's video, I am going to show you how to level up your wardrobe without spending $1. So let me start with 5 really quick fashion hacks, but at the end of the video, I'm going to give you the one tip that you need to apply to every single outfit moving forward for spring, for summer, especially when we get back into fall and winter. Jean, the official breakup coach, teaching you how to break up with the old you and step into the new you, teaching you how to use your actual breakups as breakthroughs, and teaching you how to use dating as data to build unbreakable confidence and to never have a bad date again. On this channel, I make everything about you and becoming the better version of yourself. So let's go ahead and jump into the first fashion hack for today's video. Okay, so a big part of leveling up and becoming a high value woman is dressing a little bit more sophisticated. And for some of you guys, you might already be doing that, but for those of us who are not, and we have collected all these really inexpensive mini dresses, there is a way to hold on to some of them when you're leveling up your life and leveling up your wardrobe. So you can see what I did here. I love the long sash that drapes down to the floor, and I love the one arm shoulder. So what I did was I paired it over a pair of slacks, and you can see it completely changes the look of the dress. All right guys, so just to show you this hack, you can do this with all of your dresses. So I'm short enough where if I wanted to, I could even do that. So if you are over the dress as a dress, I would suggest cutting it off and just doing a hem. But for some of my dresses, because they're so short, I can just kind of gather them up and put them on over a fitted slack like this. And then you have a whole new look. Okay, now this next look is very popular. All of these sets became a trend, I think, when Kim Kardashian hit the scene. So there are a lot of these basics that are matching sets. I have a ton of them. I love them. They're so easy to throw on. The great thing is you can put them with sneakers, you can put them with heels, and you really can just grab it and go. However, there is a way to level these up. So I actually got this idea from the Banana Republic. I know that sounds crazy, but they're copying Ralph Lauren right now, and they are effing killing it. So I got this idea from their website. I would never think to put a punchy red with this olive skirt, but it looks amazing. So I got the idea from them, and then I happen to have a belt. I am someone that fully believes on stocking up on accessories, especially high waist belts. You can see how adding not only a pop of color, but also mixing the texture of the fabrics makes it look luxurious, and you don't have to get rid of the things in your closet. So that's why I'm telling you, you probably have a lot of stuff in your closet already. You just have to learn how to mix and match them in a different way. So on that note, moving on, this is a cargo pant that I actually just got from Banana Republic. And just so you guys know, everything I buy is usually pre-owned, the nice stuff, so I don't have links to them. The inexpensive things, obviously, I have links to, but for the really, really good stuff that I have in this video, they're all pre-owned. You can see when you want to go monochromatic and do all one color, so keep this in mind. If you're someone that lives in black, or if you're someone that always wears one color, look at this outfit. There is a combination of a silk. You don't have to have a silk, you can have a rayon. The point is something shiny, something matte, and something with texture. So you can see the cargo pant is more of a matte. The camisole I put on is silk, but basically just something shiny. And then the cardigan I threw over it is knit. So you can apply that rule to everything. But look how much more luxurious this makes the outfit. And then I switched it up one more time, is to add a pop of color. I basically just put a blouse, which is supposed to be buttoned up and tucked in, but I left it open and put the blazer over that. So I'm essentially just doing it to almost make it look like I'm wearing a scarf, even though I'm not. So that's another way to level up your wardrobe, is layer pieces, but using pops of color. Again, this little dress I almost threw away, but I didn't because I absolutely love the color. So these little net dresses with sneakers are great. So you can see I used a waist belt just to create a waist because I don't have one. So I used a waist belt, and pulling your hair back off your face, which is something that I actually don't like, but since I'm leveling up and stepping into the new me, you want to do things that don't feel like you. That's the whole point. You want to think different, you want to talk different, you want to dress different so that you become a better version of yourself. So my hair has always kind of been my armor and something I hide behind. So pulling it off my face, believe it or not, makes me feel very naked, makes me feel very vulnerable, but I'm pushing through because it's something that I'm choosing to do for myself and for my life at this point, is not having to rely so much on the sexy hair and the sexy this and the sexy that. I'm really trying to remove that from my life and really step into a foundation of confidence coming from an internal place. That's just something to think about as yourself as well. When you're trying to level up, do something different. You have to become the new you to become the new you. I love this dress. Believe it or not, you guys, I bought this dress probably over 20 years ago at a consignment sale of some sort. I've only worn it one time. The easy way to level up a dress like this, which is your basic cocktail dress that you would normally pair with heels and really delicate jewelry, is to add boots. Like, I love these boots. I also got these pre-owned. They're like $900 boots. I got them for $200 on Poshmark. Always shop pre-owned. And then again, I added a waist chain belt. And then this is the same blazer that I paired with the cargo pants. So it's really beautiful. I got the idea from Banana Republic, and I'll show you that picture. And I just thought that looked so beautiful. If you guys are interested in any help with styling and leveling up your wardrobe, and again, don't forget about signing up for my Dating for Data Bootcamp. This will make it so that you never have a bad date again, because we make the dates all about you. All right, you guys, now let me just leave you with the final tip for you guys to go into your closets right now. The rule is that is a really simple way to level up your wardrobe, especially if you're someone that loves to wear all black, which a lot of us do, me, is to have a matte fabric, a shiny fabric, and a knit. Just like I did on the monochromatic cream outfit, which is right here. So there's a lot of stuff in our closets, you guys, that we already have. So pump the brakes on spending money and just try to look at your wardrobe with fresh eyes. All right, hopefully that was helpful. I'll see you guys on Saturday for another video, and I'm putting out a dupe video. I have a new shipment of dupes coming in. If you guys didn't see the first video, it's right there. Same woman, Bags from Henna, is sending me a beautiful batch of bags, so I'm super excited to do another fashion video.
Hi, I'm Elisa Vitti. I'm the founder and director of the Flow Living Hormone Center. I am the best-selling author of Woman Code, and I'm the creator of the MyFlow period tracking app. The Flow Living Hormone Center was really something that I needed, you know, a long time ago when I was dealing with my own hormonal health issues, and I really wish there was a place where I could have gone when my period started becoming problematic, where I could, you know, talk to someone about the issues that I was struggling with, where I could test my hormones at as much as I wanted, or I could get some effective and natural treatment, and I could track how all my progress was going and how my symptoms were doing. And so the Flow Living Hormone Center is really the first and only global menstrual health care concierge platform where you can do all those things. You can talk to someone, treat, test, track, everything to do with your cycle and your hormones. A lot of the messaging that we're given as women about our reproductive health is lacking in enough science and enough practical wisdom that we feel like we should also avoid it. And then it ends up causing us to make choices in our own healthcare of doing nothing, which we know is really dangerous from great research that's long been out there. You know, the BioCycle study, for example, determined that if you have untreated PMS in your 20s and 30s, right? And PMS is a serious hormonal imbalance where you have too much estrogen and not enough progesterone. If you let that go untreated, which, hello, everybody does, we just joke about it, that will increase your likelihood of developing the 4 big diseases of inflammation postmenopausally. So that's heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. And I don't think we should be joking about that. I think if you have a friend who's complaining about PMS, you should be like, oh my goodness, you're on fire. You need to do something today so that you don't end up, you know, without your noodle, you know, at 60. So I think it's really important for us to understand how our bodies work, to get really practical, useful information about what we can do to interact with our endocrine system to optimize its performance, and to understand how to troubleshoot things along the way, because it is not complicated, it is not mysterious, and your body is so responsive to the right inputs, and it's just amazing. My experience of watching my body transform is not unique. I've been doing this now for nearly 17 years with tens of thousands of women around the globe. This is every woman's story. And I think it's just time that there's a place, you know, that you use. You go to your gynecologist for your annual and whatever other tests you want to get done, but then when you really need to take action around your cycle, there needs to be a place. And so that's why I ended up opening up the center, because I needed it and we all need it. We need this kind of a place where we can go when things are getting a little off track with our hormones. And the whole thing with the pill is a big conversation, and I think women are starting to really ask more questions about this, because, you know, here we are, we're eating clean, we're, you know, exercising in different ways that are really, you know, body aware. We're living these more health and wellness-based lifestyles, and then we're taking this medication to suppress something that is really, you know, part of our biological process. And I think a lot of younger women are starting to say, well, you know, gee, if I'm not using it necessarily for birth control, why am I using it? You know, what is the benefit here? Especially when there's so many side effects. Because the truth of the matter is, when you take synthetic hormones, you are not getting a period. You're suppressing ovulation altogether. That is what the pill does. It's a specific cocktail of estrogen and progesterone that simulates pregnancy so that you shut off the ovarian conversation altogether. And then you're not actually having a bleed, you're having something called a breakthrough bleed. So the days that you're taking, if you're taking the pill, you're taking like 5 days of a sugar pill. And because you're not dosing with that particular cocktail of estrogen and progesterone for those 5 days, you have a little breakthrough bleeding. And some women don't have that at all. So in fact, over time, the more you take medication, the period can just go away altogether. So that's important to know, because women think, oh no, I'll take the pill, I'll still have my period. But no, you're not having a period at all. You're not having the whole cyclical process happen between the pituitary gland and the ovary and the uterus. It's all shut off. So that's first and foremost. Second thing to know is that while you're on that medication, whether it's delivered in the form of a ring or an implant or an IUD or the pill, that medication, because of the way they have to modify and manipulate the molecular structure of these hormones in order for them to commercialize them, they are not a perfect lock and key fit on your cell receptor sites for those hormones. And as a result, you can have all sorts of reactions to it. I call this synthetic birth control syndrome. So you get on any of these medications, and how many of us have that experience where you're like, oh, something's wrong with me because I can't take the pill, right? I've got to find one that works for me. Well, what that means is that you're just having sort of an allergic reaction to that synthetic modified molecule, right, of that estrogen, of that progesterone. And that's just short-term, immediate, while you start taking it. But long-term, this synthetic hormone combination starts to diminish and deplete key micronutrient stores in the body that are essential for endocrine function, this is the big problem, and this is sort of the link to future fertility, right? So let's say you go on this medication because you have a diagnosed condition like polycystic ovarian syndrome, like fibroids, like endometriosis, like heavy, terrible cramping and bleeding. Once you have a diagnosis, that already means you are micronutrient deficient in these key micronutrients, vitamins, minerals that your endocrine system needs to create proper hormonal balance, and you're already deficient, you're already depleted. Then you take a medication on top of that does two things. One, gives you a false sense of security, making you feel like you have no more symptoms to address. And two, actively daily further depletes your bank account of these micronutrients. So by the time you get off, which can be a decade or longer, you've now had a worsening of your original situation, and you haven't felt any of the symptoms to put you into a position where you'd be motivated to take action. And that's all that these symptoms are. These symptoms are not a life sentence of, oh, you're supposed to be suffering with your period forever. It's just, hey, things are really not working in our favor. We as an endocrine system cannot function optimally on your behalf. We cannot produce a healthy cycle for you. We need your help. And symptoms are the call from the body to you. We need you to do some things differently. But when you're taught, we live in this culture that says, oh, I don't know, you just have some bad period luck, and the best thing to do is just medicate it and forget about it, then of course you do nothing and you don't feel those symptoms, and then there's this worsening of that pre-existing condition. And so for that reason, it's really frustrating, and I see this unfortunately all too often where women then at like 35, 37, they've been on the pill for 10 to 15 years or longer, 20, and they've had something going on that has been unaddressed. Then they go off and they want to get pregnant right away, and now they have to recover, major recovery time from all that depleted micronutrient stores and address the original hormonal imbalance, and it takes time. The longer you are on the pill, the longer it takes to recover. So, this is one of the reasons why I created the Balance by Flo supplement line, because after 17 years of researching sort of what are these essential micronutrients that every woman needs for her endocrine system to function optimally, I just wanted to create a set of formulations that would do that for women. They're there for if you have a diagnosed condition, or if you're taking the pill, or if you really feel like you need it for preventing pregnancy or any of the devices. Make sure that you're supplementing adequately so that you're not further becoming depleted. Your bank account isn't going into the red, right? You can at least end the day with a neutral balance. So your fertility is something that you don't want to take for granted. We live in an environment that is sort of replete with endocrine disruptive chemicals that are really already compromising your body's ability to do the thing it's designed to do if you choose to reproduce. There are chemicals in the environment, chemicals in your food, chemicals in your home, chemicals in your makeup that are actively disrupting your body's ability to produce balanced levels of hormones that over time can erode your ability to have, regular ovulation and a healthy cycle. From the point of view of men, sperm production worldwide in the past 50 years has gone down by 50%. So these chemicals are not just affecting women, they're affecting men. And on the flip side, in terms of children, now there's a rise. There used to be just precocious puberty you would see in young females as early as 9, but now we're seeing that also spill over into the males as well. So precocious puberty is on the rise, which means younger bodies are being exposed to these synthetic estrogens, chemicals in form of pesticide on lawn care and in the cleaning detergent at home, and of course pesticides and growth hormone in food. And it's stimulating the endocrine system, too quickly in a young person, and they'll start developing at 9 when that should be more like 12 or 13. And then on the flip side, we'll see this really impact fertility. So I think this is a major, major issue that's only going to get worse as we continue to wreak havoc on our beautiful planet here. And I think that you have to take personal responsibility. You cannot wait for these things to kind of get addressed globally. You need to sort of recognize that you're in charge of what kind of chemical exposure you can control for. So your home should be green, your cleaning products, your makeup, your food organic, and if you have children, you need to really protect them even more, consciously. A little bit can go a long way in terms of exposure. Even the choices of hand sanitizer you use, the triclosan, this antibacterial chemical that's been put in hand sanitizers and toothpaste and dishwashing soap. It's a known endocrine disruptor in men and women, and the FDA made such a statement, but so it's not allowed to be in hand sanitizer anymore, but it's still in a lot of toothpaste, which you'd think you'd use toothpaste a little bit more than hand sanitizer. So just be educated. Everything's out on the internet. The Environmental Working Group is my favorite online resource to check any chemical that you may be looking at on a product to see how safe or unsafe it is. And it's just so important. As important as putting the right inputs into the system is important for endocrine health and hormonal balance, making sure the wrong things stay out is an equally important job. And when it comes to fertility, you and your future child will thank you for the work that you put in today to preserve your reproductive function and protect your egg quality, your genetic material. This is a great thing about your body as a woman. You have early warning detection, right? Those little period problems that are cropping up in your teen years, acne and bloating and PMS, the red light is flashing on the indicator dashboard saying, hey, something's not working. Taking action in your early 20s and getting your hormones set up, because your body's going to heal so much more rapidly anyway because of your youth, is such a gift to give yourself. Instead of waiting till you're nearly 40 to start addressing your hormones, it's going to be a longer process. The endocrine system is marvelous. It's an extraordinary system that I just don't think we spend enough time learning about or getting intimate with and familiar with, because it really runs the show. I always joke, people say, oh, I'm free thinking. I'm like, well, you're as free thinking as your hormones are balanced, because they're really running things. For example, if you don't eat enough at the right frequency, spacing, right? Your blood sugar drops. This is called hypoglycemia in terms of a response. And the endocrine system, its primary job is to safeguard the transport of glucose to the brain, the heart, and the muscle tissue. So it really doesn't like it when you screw around with, how much you're eating and when you're spacing out meals. It really likes a consistent calorie intake and consistent timing of meals. So when this hypoglycemic episode happens, the whole endocrine system gets into action. Cortisol, insulin, things will start moving. Even thyroid can be involved, and just to make sure that your body starts to get access to glucose if you're not putting it in through dietary means, right? Now, episodically, this is okay, but if this becomes a chronic issue, other things are going to start to take over. And so this idea that you think their willpower is something that we have at our disposal is nonsense when you look at the science, right? What you have is you have cortisol taking charge when there isn't enough glucose dietarily coming in. And so cortisol will talk to your fat cells and say, hey, mobilize some of that stored fat and get it out into the bloodstream as quick as you can. But over time, the body doesn't like that either. So then it starts to have some neurotransmitters come into play. It starts sending out more ghrelin, right? And saying, okay, we're hungry, we're starving, we're craving, chips and whatever it is, just to get you into a place where you can be eating more calories to bring that blood sugar up. You're not in control in those moments the way that you would like to think that you are. So your hormones are really trying to guide you into right behavior so that you and your body can be healthy. So it's not like they're running things, but they're trying to help nudge you along in the right direction. If you want to just be a person who is up to things in life, right, who's not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball in terms of your energy, your mood, and other aspects of your health, and you want to be proactive, productive, creative, inspired, doing things, you need to set the groundwork, physiologically for you to do that and biochemically to do that. And hormones play a huge role in that. So for me, balancing hormones, the short-term payoff is, of course, you get to get rid of all those annoying symptoms that plague you chronically throughout the month, and you get to feel better. But long-term, what's really the opportunity is that you get to prime yourself for your best life, your best work, your best inspiration. You get to really use your body as a tool to master your life, and that's really what it's about. I went on Dr. Oz and did a demonstration that I had been doing for years by using fruit juice to simulate the different colors of menstrual blood on little white dishes to show women how they can use their monthly bleed as a blood test, right? You can do this, you use it as a blood test, it's blood, the specific color of it can actually tell you very clearly the ratio between your estrogen and progesterone, and you would want to know that because it would tell you why you're having PMS, why you're maybe not being successful with your fertility journey. You can watch that change, the color and texture of your bleed month over month. It's the best, easiest, most user-friendly self-assessment that you can do is really looking before you flush at what's coming out of you from a menstrual point of view. So this is so important that we actually built a free tool. We just think every woman should have access to this. So it's the period type quiz. You can just go to the flowliving.com homepage and answer 7 questions about the color of your period and the texture and the things that we need to know. And it will tell you what's wrong with your hormones, which is so empowering because then you'll know what to do. And it also tells you what to do, what foods to change, and how to get you in action right away. Because what's really exciting is once you start to play with your food a little bit, and then you see what's happening next cycle, you start to notice, oh, some of my symptoms are diminishing, and look, I'm seeing changes in what I'm seeing in terms of color of the bleed. There are only, 4 different things that it could be color-wise, right? So you can have sort of what I call the brown type, the pink type, the red type, the blue type. Those 4 colors really determine whether or not you have not enough progesterone, too much estrogen, not enough estrogen, or you have that perfect balance between the two. And that's really valuable information that every woman should know every month because it's not static, right? You could have things happen over the course of a year. Holidays, stressful situations at work, family, stressors, changes in your diet, changes in your lifestyle, major episodes of traveling, all illnesses, all sorts of things, because of the link between the immune system and the endocrine system, can impact what shows up for you monthly. And the best way for you to gauge how well your body is responding to all of these different situations that arise that are external to your endocrine function and how it's impacting them, that's really where you can see it show up. And it's such a useful tool because then you can start to troubleshoot. Because then a lot of women then ask me the question, well, how do you know what to do? It's so easy. That's what we developed the app for, so that you can learn why you're having a symptom and then learn which foods to eat to make it better and make it go away within a month or two. And that's the thing I just love, letting every woman know that if you make food changes that are appropriate for your particular set of hormonal issues, you can bring them to resolution within 3 months, typically. You can have a really wonky period today and 3 periods from now have it be what it should be. That's not a very long time. That's not a lot of commitment. Think about things you commit to for far longer and you don't get results. This is something that has major responsive action in the body, and it's encouraging. The more you do, the more you see your body performing better, the more you're going to take care of your hormones, and that, of course, is a perfect biofeedback loop that we want to encourage. I think for me, I'm tracking things daily. I don't wait for a monthly kind of report exclusively with the color of my bleed, although that's like the final exam. If you were to think about it, you want to take daily quizzes, you want to look at how your body's performing daily, but the final exam, how you really, if you did it right that month, that will show up in the actual bleed phase. But for me, I'm looking at how is my energy, how is my mood, how's my digestion, how's everything going on these sort of supporting cast member roles of the endocrine system. And then if I've really gone off, which I don't do because for me I'm so hormonally sensitive, I really cannot, I'll notice that I feel a little bit crankier or more tired, but I'm pretty committed to the program. I mean, it's why I'm able to still have a period and have a healthy cycle. The protocol works if you're on it 80% of the time. You don't have to be perfect, which is great news. That's how resilient your body is. But for someone like myself, I just know that I feel an extra 20% more fantastic if I'm on protocol more exclusively. So there are things that are non-negotiable for me, like eating the right foods in the right phases of my cycle, exercising the right way for the right phase of my cycle, getting the right sleep hygiene perfected, and taking the right supplements, and avoiding pro-inflammatory foods and endocrine disruptors. I mean, these are just things that I do that I can't not do. I mean, and if I'm traveling, I still do them. I bring stuff with me, it's just part of the fabric of my day-to-day life. So it's not a big burden, but I built up those practices over time so that I have mastery over them now. So wherever you are, if you're just getting started, don't worry about how many different things I'm doing that you might not be doing. Start with something. Start with something that resonates with you. Like if you think, gee, I really should swap out all the chemicals in my home, and that feels like a straightforward thing because it's one and done. You throw out the bad stuff, buy some new stuff, and it's done. Start with that. Start where you can. If it's switching to organic, start there, and you'll start to see that you're actually making improvements. A little bit goes a long way. So Woman Code is this book that I wrote, and it was published in 2013. I wrote it because it was the conversation I had been having in my professional career with my clients for over a decade, and I thought, this is the protocol. I want women to know about it. I want them to understand, about endocrine disruptors. I want them to understand that once you have a diagnosis, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it for life. And I wanted them to understand how their hormones worked, what they are, the symphony of how they work together, how things can throw them off. I wanted it to be a very practical, tactical book about how your body works and what to do. It's the sex ed you never got but really should have gotten, about being female and having a female biochemical operating system and how you interact with that to optimize its function. In chapter 5 of that book is this magical chart. And I created this concept called cycle syncing now almost 20 years ago, where I was in the course of my research just sort of piecing together that for each of the 4 different hormonal ratios you have, that one per phase of the cycle, there are 4 phases of the cycle, you need to actually be eating specific foods to both offset and support the metabolism and production of different hormones in that phase, and then also exercising the right phase not to further deplete your hormonal balance, and then of course if you are balanced, you get to take advantage of this, the beneficial effects on your brain chemistry for heightened productivity and creativity. If you read on the Amazon page all the women who have gotten pregnant and gotten their cycles back, and I had a woman on a recent Facebook Live, and it made me cry, even though I hear this all the time. It still moves me. It's still this is why I do it, because I know what it feels like. She just said, I just wanted you to know, 15 years she had been struggling with endometriosis, she said, and 3 months on the protocol, went in, did all the testing, and has been cleared. It's gone. This is what is possible for women. So I expected all of that, because I had been using this protocol in my practice, in my center in New York for 12 or 13 years at that point. The thing that was really surprising was the response to this chart in chapter 5. Can you turn this into something that I can use every day? I can't remember all the details of the things I should be doing in each phase, the foods I should be eating in each phase. And so, my relationship with my community is very dynamic, and when they want something is when I make something, so they really wanted this to be an app. And so it took me a couple years to do it, and at the same time as I was having my daughter. But we launched it just at the beginning of 2017, and the response to that has been remarkable. So the MyFlow app, it does, tracks your period, and it's the first functional medicine period tracker where you learn why you're having a symptom and what to do about it with food and supplements. I mean, that alone is fantastic. It will tell you where you are in your cycle, what activities to select that are ideal for that phase, how to eat, how to exercise, all those things, and then you just tap what you want, select, and schedule it into your own calendar. It's really about liberating ourselves from the oppressive construct that we somehow have to fit our personhood into a 24-hour male circadian paradigm that really optimizes for their hormonal patterns. But we have both the 24-hour circadian pattern and a 28-day hormonal pattern that happen concurrently, and we have to actually work with that to feel good and to be our most productive and creative selves. When you try to squeeze yourself into that 24-hour matrix only, you not only feel very frustrated, and you don't feel like you're being your most productive self, but also you start to develop that sort of inner critical voice, like the volume of that gets really loud, like, oh gee, why can't I do the same thing every day that I said I was going to do? Why do I feel like last week I was in that boot camp class and I was the star student, and this week I wish I could melt out the back door? Something's wrong with me. Trying to even just fit into a male system is flawed thinking and makes us feel symptomatic. Doesn't help with PMS or any other period stuff, but also makes us feel really negatively about who we are and how we're working in the world, which just need not be, because the truth of the matter is you happen to be encoded, and that's why I called the book Woman Code. You are encoded with the same cyclical creation energy that you see in the seasons in nature, and how a seed germinates, in different stages, from planting to vegetable, that whole thing, it's imbued in your unique female biochemistry, and understanding how to harness that is pretty powerful stuff. So that's what's been super exciting about the response to Woman Code, is not only do women feel like they finally have the, as they call it, the little purple period Bible, that if anything is going on with their hormones, they can really troubleshoot from the book, but they're given a whole new perspective, and it feels like a reclamation for them and for all of us to say, we don't need to be.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this video. Today we're going to be talking about biohacking, sleep, and peak performance. How I've actually gone ahead and been able to achieve such extraordinary results that people look at, they're baffled, they're, how the hell have you done this in 19? And there's a lot that goes into it. But there's a lot of fundamentals that a lot of people look over, and there's this entrepreneur spirit, which is just like, this is just the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'll sleep, I see this all the time, I'll sleep when I'm dead. I love that one. I'll sleep when I'm dead, or it's all about the hustle and grind. It's
Gary
all,
V.
It's always the people, and it's always that mentality. It's always those people that I've seen that are always the brokest. And keep in mind, this guy has sleep stats of people making 5K a month and making 300K a month. So he knows he knows that the people that sleep the most are the ones that make the most money. But anyways, point is, if you don't know who this is Billy Harris. I call him the Protector. in my circle, in my company, we call him Billy the Protector Harris. You want to tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I've been working with Iman now for a period of around, how many months now? 14 months or so, a year and a bit. Yeah, so I came in to obviously optimize his health, his sleep, and then as a result of that, correlate that in terms of business performance. So that came about a year ago, and then from there, I've been working with him ever since, pretty much every day. And then from there, then started to work with other individuals like Iman, primarily in the digital space, and obviously to then optimize their health, their performance, correlate that with more business success, and then, build out the systems with that being said.
Yeah, so somewhere around May of last year, I was waking up at 5:30 a.m. every morning. And, it'd be tough. I'd wake up around when I first started waking up early, it was so damn hard to actually do. Then I built a bit of like a morning routine, and I implemented things like Alarm Me, Wake Up Light, like stuff that literally it was almost impossible to not wake up with that sort of stuff. But even with all that stuff in place, and even the discipline and the willpower I have, I'd still wake up probably at 5:30, maybe 75% of the time, and that extra 25% of the time where in my mind in the morning I'd come up with a reason as to why I need to stay in bed an extra hour and a half, and it was a good idea. To me that just wasn't okay. So I started looking for a personal trainer, someone who would literally come to my house, wake me up, take me to the gym and train me, and had a lot of applications come through. And Billy was by far the one that understood what I was doing and what I was trying to accomplish. And I've been very, very lucky over the space of the last year. Billy, when he first started working with me, he was literally still working in a gym, right? And then over the space of the last 14 months, I've been very, very, very fortunate that even though Billy's gone from working in the gym to, can I tell him how your business is doing?
Yeah.
Literally going from working in the gym to, in the space of 14 months, going from working in the gym to making 20 grand a month profit. Once again, very important key number. We always talk about profit on this channel, profit a month. I've been very, very lucky that over that time, he's still stuck by me. And I'm still the one client that he sees every morning, wakes me up, or makes sure that I'm woken up.
Bright and early.
And so now what Billy's gone ahead and he's done is he's transitioned into working with other people like me, other people who are doing 10K a month, 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, et cetera, and really those entrepreneurs who block out all the noise, block out all the crap on social media, block out this sort of hustle mentality, and really realize that the most important thing is not how much time you put in, how much you claim to be hustling or working, it's your output and your focus within that time, right? And it's everything outside of the business that has the biggest correlation to the business. So what are some of the things that you focus on with your clients?
We want to assess the variables that coincide with business performance. So obviously that being said, primarily sleep, nutrition, and then from there energy and focus throughout the period of a day. So from there, reverse engineering the process in regards to what your goals are with those variables and how that translates into further business success. So what I mean by that first and foremost would be, as a key element of sleep, ensuring your sleep duration is efficient, then from there optimizing your sleep metrics as a result of that process. So we have a first hurdle in terms of sleep duration, and then from there the efficiency in regards to metric data, how we can then further improve your sleep systems, which then correlates into focus, energy, and output with work. So as an example of that, obviously Iman sleeps for roughly 8 to 9 hours per day when we're on the ball in regards to all variables.
Winter definitely 8 to 9 hours.
8 to 9 hours.
Summer probably, and I'm talking like actual sleep, not time in bed, like sleep. Probably summer closer to 7 to 8 hours.
Yeah, but what we must not forget with that being said is that its efficiency of sleep is very, very high. That doesn't necessarily correlate with sleep duration. Okay, so I have individuals who sleep for 6 hours per night and their sleep metrics are incredible. Others who sleep for 9 hours per night when they first start with me and their sleep metrics are pretty poor, or they're almost going down the drain. As a result of that, their business performance is pretty minimal, or it's not where it should be in that regard. So as Iman said earlier, it's not about working in terms of time duration, but efficiency with that being said. So mastering your sleep is one of the most important variables in terms of then optimizing performance and work, and then from there focus and output as well, especially with energy.
Yeah. And for me, like sleep is probably the biggest thing. Like maybe it's also because I'm young or younger. I feel as though if I eat shitty food when I'm like 40, it's gonna have a bigger effect than here at 19. But like honestly, for me, like sleep, I would take sleep over like nutrition any day. I take sleep over like training any day. Like for me, like if I have crappy food that day for whatever reason, I can still kind of push through. If I don't train that day for whatever reason, I can push through. If I don't get a good night's sleep, I just know my day is just totally messed up.
Yeah, totally.
And
primarily from a cognitive perspective,
yeah,
in terms of brain function capacity.
100%. And Billy, obviously, you guys know that an old client of mine was Oura Ring. So, myself, pretty much all of Billy's clients, we all have Oura Rings. So he actually comes in and he tracks every variable of sleep every single day. Him and his team track that. For me, I don't know if you do it for any of your other clients. I don't think any of your clients use Muse, but for me, it's the same thing with meditation. We track my meditation, we track my screen time, because the lower the screen time, the better. And that has a direct correlation to the amount of focus I have, and the amount of focus has a direct correlation to the output I have, et cetera, et cetera. So I think one thing that's definitely like a real mystery for most people is sleep. And we take sleep to, between us, we take sleep to such an intense level where we're looking at like EMF, where I literally just bought this thing for $5,500. What was it? The Newcom, right? And that thing's a beast. It's coming in a couple of days. I'm super excited for it. Don't want to get into that because that stuff's super complicated. What are just like 3 simple, very practical sleep tips that you can give them?
For sure. So you want to observe the lowest hanging fruit in terms of variables. So with that being said, don't focus so much on the supplementation element of things. From there, even obviously then observing things like a bed jet, for example, you want to focus on first and foremost is the basic principles of sleep. So from there, first and foremost, in terms of reverse engineering the process with time duration. So let's say, for example, you're an individual who wants to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, get a good start to the day, bright and early, ahead of the curve, which is most entrepreneurs in this space anyway, kind of the grind mentality, right? What we want to do is reverse engineer that process. So let's say you want to master 7 hours of duration, ensure that your bed start time is at 11 o'clock at night, okay? Now with that being said, your sleep start and your sleep end time are 2 very, very important variables in regards to maximizing your sleep and efficiency with that. Primarily based off your circadian rhythm and the alignment with that too, okay? So if there's disruption in terms of your sleep start and your sleep end times being all over the place on a daily basis, your sleep efficiency is going to be really, really poor for everyone. That's just, no matter who they are, it'll be very, very poor, okay? Primarily from a hormonal standpoint in terms of melatonin production, also cortisol production in the morning, okay? So you want to stay consistent with that. So on the weekends, still establish your sleep start and end times and try to adhere to that within an hour range.
This is something I don't really understand why people like I understand an extra 90 minutes, right? You get another sleep cycle, like if it's, for example, like your day off. But I don't understand people when they sleep in like for an extra 4 hours just because it's the weekend.
I mean, it's more of a common thing when working with younger individuals. So for example, Iman is 19. Many individuals at that age would be sleeping in for a crazy period of time in the weekends. And then from there, they'll notice that on the Sunday evening, if they slept on a Saturday, their sleep routine and rhythm as such has been totally disrupted. So sleep for the rest of the week is awful in terms of quality. As a result of that, output and focus is then really crap. And then the final variable I'd really focus on in terms of 3 key variables would be then utilizing a tool like Oura Ring to then assess your metrics. So without assessment of variables and assessment of efficiency, we have no idea how we can then progress and move forward. It's like saying, I want to make my bank account bigger, but you have no idea where your bank balance is right now. It's simple as that.
That's actually a lot of people though.
A lot of people. And I mean, it's one of those things which seems painful at first in terms of actually observing that and seeing the things that you're weak at and really poor at. But in order to improve that, you have to assess it. So that applies in this variable too.
Yeah, and it's so funny. Like I've even had, just sort of outside of this sphere, I had one of my old clients, and I catch up with, old clients I keep on good terms. And this client was with me, I think 2 years ago at this point. And I kept telling the guy, I'm like, dude, you got to get like an Oura Ring or some, form of tracking mechanism. He's like, no, I know I'm getting good sleep. And it's just like, it's always the people who are like, oh, I'm already getting good sleep, or I'm already, if you're watching this right now and you're like, oh, I'm already getting good sleep, or I'm already like, doing well in the gym, or like, my business is already doing good enough, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm making 20K and I'm like 20. It's like, like those are always the people that need it the fucking most. Those are the ones that desperately need it, right? Because the thing is, you don't know what you don't know. And it's like, we've even seen it, right? And I've even, as I said, Billy works with all of my team members as well. So, we've even seen it, or I've even seen it where like, at times I thought my sleep was going to be good, but it's actually shocking. And like, you've seen it, I'm sure, with your clients where like, they think their sleep is incredible and they're getting incredible sleep. And then they actually find a way to tangibly track it. Yeah. And it's just like, not that at all.
Yeah, there's no consistency or anything like that in terms of efficiency either. But
because it's, you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't like, I guarantee there's people on the other side of this where like you are just giving up, and I pretty much guarantee everyone is just paying too much in taxes. And by that sense, I mean, if you don't, you don't know what you don't know. So if you don't know that you could have been more streamlined and more efficient here, you're literally giving up thousands, multiple five figures for some of you guys, maybe even multiple six figures a year, just because you don't know what you don't know. In the same sense with Billy and the stuff he does, it's like you don't know what you don't know. So until you actually start getting someone in there, until you start getting someone in there to make it a priority for you and really watch over your numbers like a hawk, you're gonna think you're performing at a high level, and then that paradigm is just gonna be completely obliterated when, as I said, when you get someone like Billy and his team to come in, audit everything, tweak things, see what the results say, tweak it again, see what the results say, and as I said, in 6 months, like you're gonna be, and I've seen it even with his clients, like you're gonna be performing at a level that you wouldn't have even believed was possible. For me, I can literally knock out, and not to say that I do, but I can knock out a 4-hour workday and get more done in those 4 hours than someone, in 12 hours, because that person in 12 hours, their sleep, they might have even slept 7 or 8 hours, but their sleep is just so horrendous. The sleep is so horrendous that, in terms of their willpower, they're giving into things that they shouldn't be. They're checking their phone too much, social media too much, because their willpower is drained because they don't have enough energy from the night before, etc., etc. They think they're doing well in the gym, yet they're not even performing to the level they could be. There's no structure, there's no plan to their training routine, their nutrition, they're eating shit that like they don't even realize is draining them of energy.
And even if they have a system and a strategy in place, being held accountable to that is a different matter. So from there, if you have all variables that you think are correlating with your goals, but you don't have anyone to assess that from a third eye perspective, then there's quite frankly, there's an area of room where you can grow, or there's certain capacity for growth. With that being said, I think that's really important to assess as well.
And I think it's super important, the fact that like, if I get a crap night's sleep, he's on it, right? He's on it in a flash. If I don't meditate, he's on it in a flash. I can't hide. You know what I mean? Like back before I could hide. But when you have someone looking at your stats, when you have someone looking at your stats, when you have weekly accountability calls with, Billy and his team, right, that he's built up, assembled, and trained, when you have that, it's like, there's no running anywhere, you know what I mean? Like, you can't hide, and this is such an important part. To me, this is the most important part of your business outside of your business. And honestly, I think it's on the same level, because the thing is, like, we all have the same 24 hours, right? It's just like, why does one person accomplish more than the other? They're working more efficiently, more effectively, and they probably have more energy, right? That's the thing. Like, everything you create in your life is because you have energy, and you put energy and time into that, right? In order to put that work, that effort, you need more energy, right? So that's why, as I said, that's why someone like me, I've gone to the point where I can literally work 4 hours a day and be making multiple millions a year, while someone else is working 12 hours a day and struggling to like make like $3K a month, right? Now imagine me at 4 hours, right, which I don't do. Now imagine me at 8 hours, right, with that same output, right? So that's why, I've even had people be like so baffled as to, why are you like, how have you accomplished that, how have you managed to have such a ridiculous growth curve? It's because I didn't just look at the business aspect of it, I looked at everything outside of it. Now, you work with pretty much exclusively online entrepreneurs, online entrepreneurs, digital marketers, stuff like that. Like that's pretty much your niche.
Yeah.
What are some other common mistakes, f-ups you see that people are making?
From a whole health perspective, or just from a sleep
perspective?
From
nutrition. I mean, we've talked a lot about sleep now. From nutrition, training, etc., etc.
So from there, the first mistake that most individuals make when I come into work with them in an online space is actually their food template in terms of meal timings and also in terms of frequency of eating. So most individuals think that eating healthy consists of eating 6 meals per day, starting from 6 in the morning, first thing, ramming some food in, maybe oats, fruit, yogurt, all of the above. Then from there, consuming 5 or 6 meals on top of that in order to ensure that their glycemic variability is controlled as such. That is not the case. So the individuals I work with, we implement an intermittent fasting protocol, primarily involving around a 16-8 fasting window. 16 hours fasting, 8 hours consuming meals. So in regards to how that correlates with your work block, what you would then do is you may train first thing in the morning if you get up at 6, then from there work in terms of your first work block until, let's say, 2 in the afternoon, 12, midday, whatever. Then from there consume your first meal. At that point there, you've got the majority of your heavy or intense work done, with your glycemic variability staying really neutral in terms of insulin spikes and regulating that, which correlates with focus and output of work too. Then from there, then consume your first meal. Then from there, go into a lighter workbook as such. Then from there, maybe consume one more meal in the day. Now you may be thinking that's only 2 meals in the day as opposed to 6. My metabolism is going to be going out the window. What the hell am I thinking? My body composition is going to be all over the place. In terms of that aspect of things, that has been proved void in terms of science behind it, in terms of meal frequency. Actually eating 2 meals per day can be more beneficial from a growth hormone standpoint and also from a perspective of glycemic variability, as I said, and regulating that. So you may experience, if you eat a meal, let's say first thing in the morning, and you have a conventional breakfast, you may experience a bit of a slump after that period of time. You may feel like your energy is low, your focus and your output is really poor. That's because your insulin levels are spiked and then they're now beginning to crash. We can prevent that by fasting and implementing that protocol as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, you know, in that sense, so I've been doing intermittent fasting for quite a few years now. And the thing is, like, you know, it's known as the thermogenic effect. Like, you know, your body, it takes a lot of energy to take all that food and digest all that food, especially because in the first place, most people, without realizing, you know, the moment you speak to Billy and his team, he'll be able to know in like literally 2 seconds, you know, why you're flaring up, why you're having effects to these foods, etc., etc. But like most people, let's just even put aside the fact that most people are eating stuff that they shouldn't be eating based on, you know, based on some sort of, you know, based on their genetic predispositions,
digestive health, gut health.
Yeah, exactly. You know, let's even put that aside, because the thing is, obviously, if you're putting junk into your system, or just stuff that your body is not predisposed to deal well with, and you don't know that, once again, you get a lot of your clients to take Viome, right?
Yeah, gut health testing kit.
Right. So I've taken Viome. You know, I bought Viome for all of my employees, got them to take it all, and once again, that like, you don't know what you don't know. Like, some stuff came back on there that I was very confused with. I was like, I would have never known that, right? But let's put that aside. Just in general, digesting food takes so much energy. So the thing is, if you're waking up and the first thing you're doing is eating, you know, what you think is to be a healthy breakfast, then, you know, energy and resources that would, you know, normally flow up to your brain, and, you know, your brain could use, because once again, your brain, I believe, you know, in terms of your total output, takes up like 25% of your total energy expenditure that day. Yeah. Rather than going there, it goes there, right? And that's not really what you want. So that's why, obviously, I do intermittent fasting. Most of your clients, if not all
of my clients implement it. And then also, to add to that, in terms of from a hormonal standpoint, first thing in the morning, there's an influx of cortisol, which is the hormone which can be waking you up and almost combating melatonin, which is your natural sleep hormone. So by then adding an element of, like, for example, carbohydrate consumption, your insulin spikes and your cortisol spiking, and they're like the Batman Joker. They're gonna be battling against one another totally. So at that point there, you will feel very, very groggy first thing in the morning if you are to consume a meal first thing upon waking, especially if it's carbohydrate heavy. So in terms of breaking a fast, you then want to consume protein and fat sources as well, or consume something like bulletproof coffee.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that, and then obviously with me, with lunch, I just have a more paleo-inspired diet. It's not a paleo diet per se, but for me, you know, mainly my lunches are just salads, basically, pretty much all the time, and then the heavy carbs are left for dinner, right? So that's the way we do it, and 2 meals is non-issue at all. No. You know, and apart from that, well, once again, as I said, there's just so many areas in your life, like even just like, you know, even just taking a look at my bedroom, like Billy noticed, like, you know, this is stuff that and this is around like 9 months ago, 10 months ago. I mean, at this point, like my bedroom's optimized as hell, but, you know, just even, well, actually pretty much everything's optimized.
Yeah, everything's optimized.
just ridiculous, just on another level. It's getting to the point now where I'm starting to feel like Iron Man.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like even the new Calm, like this thing that's come in a few days, like,
yeah,
the thing costs like $5,000. It's nuts. And you know, I have the Earth Pulse and I have this and that. You know, it's getting to crazy. Yeah, it's getting to crazy levels, you know. But in terms of, you know, all the the Joovv, like all the weird, wacky stuff we're testing. But once again, that's me trying to go from 7 figures and multi-7 figures to 8 figures a year. So the higher level you're trying to get to, the more crazy shit you kind of have to do and kind of have to try, right? And he's here along with me, and he's here along with all of his other clients. You know, whether they're trying to make like literally 8K a month or trying to make 300K a month, whatever the spectrum is. Right, he's there to make sure that they can break through that ceiling and get to that next level. And in order to break through that ceiling and get to that next level, you need more energy, right? And that's, at the end of the day, that's what, you know, peak performance is. It's having more energy, more mental clarity, more capacity, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I mean, you know, we're doing crazy stuff at this point in terms of, you know, the Newcom, the Earth Pulse, the this thing, the that thing. But as I said, you know, back to my point, literally like even 9-10 months ago, I wouldn't have known this stuff. Like, you know, I literally, obviously I have the luxury of, as I said, you know, he's still or I'm still the only client he works with one-on-one in person. Obviously we live in London, so, you know, that's a aspect of that. But he walked in my bedroom and he just noticed like all these electrical plugs and stuff like that. Right, and he was like, "Dude, do you not realize that? You know, have you not thought about the EMF?" Right, and I'm like, like I kind of knew that. I was like, "What the fuck are you on about?" Like, I mean, like I kind of knew that, like, you know, the electrical charge it was bad, and I knew that, you know, you should put your phone on airplane mode, blah blah, this and that thing. But I'm like, why does it really matter that much? And he was like, no, that's really gonna F up your sleep, right? And I was like, okay, cool, right? So we rejigged a couple of things around. I removed most electronics. The tools that I do have in there, for example, the Earth Pulse, that thing has like the special wiring around it, so it literally emits 0 EMF. Just stuff like that, right? And once again, because he tangibly tracks, you know, he's not just like him and his team aren't just like some coaches that like will just like sit there and be like, oh, I think you should do this, blah blah. It's like, no, literally every week, you know, you sit with his team and it's like, we do this, we test it, we see if it works, both in terms of your nutrition, in terms of your training, in terms of your sleep. We test it, and if it works, we keep pressing and we make it better and more efficient and more optimized. And, you know, that was a perfect example right there, where every night I saw probably a 5-point increase in my sleep just after we implemented that, right? To the point where last night, what was my sleep score?
95. 95. Yeah, yesterday was a high score.
Yeah, it was. Right? And like 90s are very, very common for me, you know, not so much in the past 3 weeks, because
not so much the past 3 weeks,
because we've been traveling and having fun and stuff like that. But, you know, that's a very, very common sleep score for me, is, you know, to consistently hit in the 90s, right? And it wasn't always like that. You know, when we first started working, it was 70s, 72, 75, etc., etc.
And also, I'd add to that, the last point that I'd make with that being said is also establish your sleep start time, end times around social life as well. Because obviously we're not just individuals who work 24/7. You wouldn't be healthy if you were doing that, nor would you be happy necessarily. So from there, in terms of sleep start and end times, most individuals I work with at first will do the 5:30 wake up.
That's actually such a key point, because the thing is, it's like, you know, even like a lot of personal trainers, like, you know, outside of peak performance, like personal trainers you work with, like we even had you know, with one of my good friends, he started working with a personal trainer, and the personal trainer would work him so hard that he'd get home and he'd need to sleep. And it's like, the thing is, us as entrepreneurs, we're not going to the gym more than likely. I don't know about some of you guys, but like, I'm not going to the gym to get a 6-pack or get like super hench. If that can happen, awesome, right? But that's not my main focus. My main focus is to go into the gym, wake myself up, give myself some more energy. And the thing is, you know, when you have like a regular personal trainer or a regular sort of coach, you know, they don't understand what the end goal is. Whereas if you have like, you know, the one thing I love about you and your company and the way your team does is like, you know what the goal is. You know that for me, like even stuff you know that I'm not going to do. Like we even just talked about like shakes. Like for me, like I'm not, like I don't care about growing my biceps like an extra 0.3 inches if that means that like I have to remember to have a protein shake, and like I don't like protein shakes. Like, so the thing is, like, that's very, very important. Yeah. It's like the fact that, you know, working with you, it's like you keep my lifestyle in mind, which I really appreciate. You keep my lifestyle in mind, and that's why even, you know, you can tell them about how we moved from 5:30 and then...
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was going to say. So when we first started working together, Iman's wake time was 5:30. So I was often here by 5:30. I'd be getting up at 5. We'd then go straight to the gym by 6, finish by 7. Now what we found in terms of keeping that consistent was it's very hard to do so, primarily from a social perspective here. So,
well, we kept it consistent, it's just getting good sleep consistently.
Yeah, increasing the performance in that regard. We found that it was very much flatlining in that point. So
it was really hard to get 9 hours, because the thing is, if I wanted to wake up at 5:30, I would literally have to go to bed at what, 8:30?
Yeah, 8:30.
Yeah, like
in the summer.
Yeah, it's
like,
just,
come on. And also as an 18-year-old guy, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
So from there, in terms of assessing that, we then moved our sleep end time back further. So now it's actually 7:20 in the morning.
Well,
previously it was 6:20, now it's 7:20. So we actually made that step forward as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of then understanding that, and from a social perspective, if for example Iman has a business dinner or a social dinner he has to attend to, if he gets back at let's say 9 o'clock, at that point he can still adhere to his night protocol, his evening routine, and then from there still optimize his sleep and efficiency, as opposed to compromising that by thinking, I want to grind hard, get ahead of the curve, be in the gym by 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Which is a common attitude carried by most individuals in this space. So yeah, that's really important to assess as well.
Yeah, you want to implement all this stuff and get the low hanging fruit, but you also don't want it to be like, if you if it feels too tough, too draining, like we're not gonna do it. You know what I mean? And yeah, especially with that wake time, you know, moving it from 6:30, and then now, as I said, we literally moved it from waking up at 6:20, because 6:20 was fine, because even to get 9 hours of sleep, you know, I'd have to be in bed at 9:20. You know, sometimes I would have dinners, you know, and 7.5 hours is totally fine, right? So I knew that if I had dinner, I get 7.5. 7.5 is still fine. I can still even hit the 90s easily with a 7.5 hour sleep time. But now that it's summer and it's like literally it's like light out at like 9:30 or whatever, it's just
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it just means I could never get 9 hours sleep. So we even made a decision like a couple days ago, I'm gonna start waking up at 7:30, because that way it gives me the option to have 9 hours of sleep, like legitimately.
And with that being said, sunlight being a precursor to obviously then actually falling asleep as well, and obviously disruption with that being said as well. So assessing those variables is very, very important, and make sure you're happy with actually getting up at a certain time as well, because obviously in terms of this process, enjoying the process is very much important to you without having too much resistance in terms of facing it. Otherwise you're not going to adhere to the protocol. No matter who you're working with, whether it be myself, for example, in the online space, it'll be very much impossible to do so. So assessing that, being honest with yourself, very, very much important too.
Yeah, well, I don't want this video to drag out too long. We've literally just touched really just the tip of the iceberg. Like there's, like, I mean, I'm just thinking back to potentially a list of 20 or 30 things that we've actually implemented, whether that be paid, free, like literally small, just tiny little changes, moving a couple things around, like 20, 30 things that have literally taken me from like, you know, my output being average when I look at the other entrepreneurship space to an output that is like, that I'm very proud of at this point, right?
Ridiculous. Let's be honest.
And as I said, it's because I've been able to have someone there that's constantly testing, optimizing, in the same way that I sit down with my team and we're testing and optimizing every single part of the business, both for the agency and the education company. You guys know what I'm like. If there's a leaky hole, it pisses me off so much. If there's a 3% inefficiency at any part of my business, I'm raging hard, right? Yet I don't have the time and attention to, you know, I don't have the mental capacity to take that same, effort and then apply it into, you know, the other areas of my life, nutrition, sleep, blah, blah. I can do it decently, but, you know, when you have a dedicated person for, for you to do that, and a team. And also the cool thing is now you're literally like, you know, you got like 12, 13, 14, 15 clients you're working with. And these aren't entrepreneurs, you know, making like 2K a month. These are entrepreneurs literally clearing, you know, some of them 8K a month, some of them 50K a month, 100K a month, 200, 300 G's a month. You know, these aren't like small, you know, these aren't small players. These are heavy hitters, you know? So the thing is, he has that knowledge, he knows what works and what doesn't work, and his team literally has the data to know what works and what doesn't work. So yeah, as I said, this is really just the tip of the iceberg. If you want to learn more, I strongly encourage you. I'm gonna leave the case study link down below. I think that's like what, 25, 30 minutes?
Yeah, that's
25, 30 minutes. That'll give you some more information. And then I strongly urge you guys, hop on a call. I've referred so many of my clients to Billy. So guys, sorry that cut out at the last minute, but anyway, as I was saying, I've referred so many of my clients, so many of my, you know, trusted peers. I've referred, obviously, you know, Billy works with not only me, but my team as well. And yeah, as I said, I strongly urge you to go check out that case study, book in a call with Billy, and you know, start taking the actions, because, you know, as I said, every idiot has the tricks, the tactics, the hacks. Like every other schmuck has that thing, you know. It's not, you know, it's not like you have some sort of special information, you know. So I feel as though some people think that they're gonna, you know, learn something from someone or a coach or something, and it's just gonna be some special information. No,
pot of gold.
You know, it's pot of gold. No, very rarely that's the case, but most of the time it really is just bringing everything back to the fundamentals. So look, if you're looking to make 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, 200K a month, 300K a month, you know, like some of Billy's clients, 500K a month, $1 million a month, then this is the sort of stuff you need to be focusing on. You know, also focusing on the, you know, the actual, you know, everything else in the business, you know, also focusing on how to drive your business forward, implementing new systems, et cetera, et cetera. Also looking at the the tricks, the hacks, what's working right now, what's not working right now, but always remembering that it comes down to the core, the fundamentals, the stuff that Billy and I have been working on for a long time at this point. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything else to say?
No, that's all good. I look forward to seeing you guys on a call myself.
Yep. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed this. On behalf of Billy Harris, the Protector.
Do you go for fist bump? You know how I do.
We ask this every morning after the gym.
I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden, I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there's really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Anna Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's, so, yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conductive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they're published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this I think is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, you know, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with this every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, you may not contribute to a good society if you are in that sense blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we are so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material thing, the sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual
Right.
thing, but in another sense, or a bit
Right.
in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about in your book about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list 6 of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vana, is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vana. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habit. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number 1 either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of our of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, the philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life. And then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think for better or worse, it's a big part of our life. And I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, you know, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well. But also of the themes, like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, you know, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis. And so, but through the process of dialogue, which is, you know, key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue. And that's something super rare, I think. And
Right.
so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because, you know, not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right? And listening, therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right? Or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, you know, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, you know, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen, mud. Can we translate yen, mud, by equanimity? Is it equanimity, or is it?
No, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version, does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What is the what's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What say again? You contradict
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix, who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
on my, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while as being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wondering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, a Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right? What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy, and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrate,
within,
perhaps infiltrates, or
Yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system. And there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And this young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening perhaps for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in, and I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or know diversity, knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part, but I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest, I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden, I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Luis, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book, next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar, 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so that I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, you know, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I am not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, you know, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, you know, this time to this time, and we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth or at minimum preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, you know, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, you know, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, you know, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, you know, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, you know, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name is Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you know, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, you know, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. You know, it's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes for my reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And I just didn't feel or information would get lost in the to-do list. I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. For example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have the perfect place to document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. I would have these ideas, and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note-taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had practical things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel, where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that like clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. Because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, 2 of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? for me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just going to get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of, because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper-focusing, it's like we want to be focused. We want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper-focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I gonna wear? What are the kids gonna wear? What am I gonna pack for snack? What are you gonna have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were gonna pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you gotta make a new decision. What am I gonna make for dinner? I said I was gonna make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're going to do in the morning, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, yeah, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that. But those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent, and it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? What can I do to not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize being okay with not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I will see you guys in the next video.